Good morning, everybody. My name is Ronnie Holder Diefenbach, and I'm the Executive Director for the Economic Alliance, and I'd like to welcome you to our workshop today. And I'd like to introduce our trainer, Roxanne Best, and Roxanne is on the right. Why don't we go ahead and get started with introductions?
I will start. My name is Roxanne Best, and I live here in Okanagan County, and I own Roxtography, which is also our best life. And I teach yoga and workshops, and I help people develop their business strategies and write their business plans, and also work out some marketing plans and strategies as well. And I used to be a photographer and a scuba diving instructor. I am still a active yoga instructor. And I always joke that I'm a recovering do all the things addict, but I'm not sure my recovery is going so great because I keep adding more things to my my the things that I do. I'm super excited to be here to share this information with you guys today, and looking forward to hearing some of the questions you might have.
My name is Mason Duke. I'm the Economic Development Specialist here at the Economic Alliance.
I'm Keelan Marchand. I'm the Business Outreach Marketing Specialist.
Monica, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure, call me out. I'm working with the Okanagan County Community Action Council now, so I'm providing financial service skills like with financial literacy trainings. We're creating budgeting trainings, credit trainings, and for you guys that know me, I've got lots of marketing experience, and I'm a business owner. And I'm here today so that I can get more information on this new AI social media advertising.
Right. And it looks like we lost the other person that was here. Hopefully she joins us. And we have a couple of other people who are registered. So I'll be watching this and hopefully they'll be joining us and I'll be adding them to the conversation. So I will turn it over to you, Roxanne.
Awesome. Well, I have a lot to cover today. I'm super stoked about this topic. We're going to do a little bit of review to touch base on some of the things that we covered last week, only because it's a foundational piece to making the information make sense that we're going to work through, because you need to have this information in order to make everything. All right. So as always, when I'm presenting, you are welcome to unmute yourself and ask questions, or you can always use the raise hand option and or type your questions in the chat. Just depends on what you feel most comfortable with. I don't mind at all being interrupted to answer questions. And like I said, this first little bit is just a quick review of the 5 P's of marketing. And the reason we're doing this as the beginning aspect is to just make sure we have a good foundation as we move forward. And as I mentioned, this is me. It's there for you to read if you'd like it. I will be sharing the slides with you, but just a quick rundown of our plan for the day. Monica, I don't know if you can mute yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. We're just picking up all the background. But so the plan for today is, like I mentioned, we're going to review the 5 P's of marketing, and then we're going to cover the basics of TikTok and Instagram. And then we're going to loop into artificial intelligence, and then we'll pull it all together by doing some action processes where I'm going to show you some prompts that you can put into ChatGPT. I'm also going to do a demo of how I use another AI platform. And the reason I like it is you'll understand why as we get into that portion of our training. So just a quick recap of product of the 5 Ps of marketing. The first thing we have to know is, what is our product or service? What are we selling? And when we're like, as we transition into the social media aspect and also using artificial intelligence, people are always like, well, why does this matter? You know, artificial intelligence will do it. Well, artificial intelligence is only as intelligent as the information that we input into the platforms. So if we don't know what our product is, and we don't know who our people are, we don't know our social media platforms that we're using, if we don't know how much we're charging, and we don't know where people buy from us, then the input that we're going to use in the artificial intelligence programs isn't going to give us outputs that are going to be optimal. It'll give you outputs. You can put random stuff and it'll give generalizations. But in order to really get output that is unique to you and your business or your service, it's important to have these foundational pieces. So the first one is, what are you selling? What is the name of it? How much are you charging? This is just like roughly, what would you like to charge for what you're offering? And then understanding features and benefits. We took a really deep dive into this in the last class, but you know, what are the features? Like, these are the specs. These are like the measurements. These are the things that are the facts about the product or service that we offer. And then we look at benefits, and the benefits basically are, what benefit is that feature to your target customer, to the people that you want to buy your products. So, you know, as we work through this process today, just pick one product or service that you offer and just write down, like, what is it? How much do you charge for it? What are 1 or 2 features, and what are 1 or 2 benefits of each of those features? And then, you're gonna love the outputs that you get if you work through this. So what fears, frustrations, pains, or urgencies does your target customer have that would push the needle for them to buy your product or service, or to start to engage with you as a brand? So the next is, you've heard me talk a lot about people, who your customers are. That's basically what we're referring to, is, who do you want to buy from you? Who's going to be the customer? You know, we want everyone to buy from us, but there's very specific types of people that will purchase our products or services. I'll use my yoga classes as an example. Everybody could come to yoga. I would love to have everyone in my classes. I would totally like take as many people as I could fit in my studio, but not everyone's going to come to yoga. There's very specific aspects of a person who is going to come to yoga classes. And then even more granular, there's very specific people that are going to come to stand-up paddleboard yoga. So, you know, as you get more specific in what you're offering, you can get more specific about the types of customers that you're serving with your product or service. But if you don't know what that is, you don't know how to name it and label it and describe it, then your customer, your perfect customer that's going to come back and be happy to pay you for what you have to offer, you're going to have a hard time connecting with them, because the messaging that we put out isn't going to align as nicely as it would if we understood who our people are and why what we have to sell is going to benefit them so much. So when we're looking at the people, we get basic demographic information. This is stuff that you might see on a census report. When you do I think it's every 5 years, I do a census report where they poll the communities, and you get a survey and you fill out, like, how old are you? How much do you make? What's your gender? Are you single, divorced, married? All that kind of information. How many kids do you have? And that's like super statistical. That's like the features of our person. And now we want to get into like, what makes them, what motivates them? What are the activities that they participate in? What are their wants and aspirations? And then also what they really think or feel about, like, and again, we're theorizing about this person. If you already have customers that you work with, you may be able to describe this pretty plainly already. And when you do this, think about the customer that comes and purchases from you or interacts with your brand, and you're very like feel very connected and very into what they have to offer. Or they're into what you have to offer. So they like can't wait for your next thing or your next project or whatever. They're like lined up at the door waiting to hand you money. Those are the customers. We want like a ton of those. We want lots of customers that are just waiting for us to launch our next thing. So we describe them, what do they look like? We can even go as far as to naming who they are. So first step is, what is a product or service? Second step is, who are the people that are going to buy it from you? And then we get into some more. These again, there's deeper dives into talking about this. We're going to really focus today on the promotional piece as it relates to using AI to put things out on social media or to create content for your business. But place, this is basically where people buy from you or interact with you. This is like your website. If you have a storefront, what is your address? Any of your social media handles, like where are you primarily hanging out? In our discussion before, we heard about Facebook. And Facebook is generally a place where people go to see like what is going on in the community, what people are doing. It's a pretty big place of commerce as well, where people are making a lot of purchases. And then if there's something outside of any of those listed above, like what are the others? Are you going to conferences? Are you making your own special networking events? Do you do retreats? Where are the places other than what is listed here that people might interact with your product or service or buy from you? And then getting even more detailed into this, describe the experience that you want your customers to have when they buy from you. And I'll take that another level, is how do you want your customers to feel when they land on your website, when they walk through the doors of your shop, when they book a job with you, when they go to your social media platforms? If you're at an event, how do you want people to feel when they come to your booth or when you hand them a business card? What does that look like? What does it feel like? What other people are around? But, describing that experience is going to help us to really understand the environment that we want to create for our customers when they interact with us. And then how does your store look? This is like, again, getting just some of the factual stuff, things like what are the colors of your website? What are your brand colors? Is there going to be music playing in the background? When somebody buys from you, what does that experience look like? Are you using Square? Are you only taking cash? Are you only taking checks? So you look at the sales process, and then also who's administering that sales transaction, the salespeople. I'm thinking about when you go to the grocery store, most of the checkout folks have a uniform or something that identifies them as a checker. So, what do your salespeople look like? What are their personalities like? So just getting really descriptive of what the place is where people are going to buy from you. And if you don't have a storefront and people buy from your website, then that's where you look at, like, what does that buy process look like? How is the experience? If they purchase on your website, do they get an immediate email right after the purchase confirming the purchase? And then, what kind of an experience is that? What types of payment platforms are you using? All of these are elements of your storefront, even if you don't have a brick and mortar. And then thinking about price is basically, how much are you going to charge for your product or service? And there's a lot more to think about and go over when we're discussing price, because price takes into factors like, what is your cost to sell that product or service? How much does it cost you to make it? And then, other elements like, what does the market bear? What will people actually pay in the community that you're selling in? For example, when I go to Spokane or Seattle, if I want to do a drop-in class, yoga class, for me to do that, it costs $35 or more. I choke. I love going and taking other classes, but every time I have to fork over 30 or more dollars just for one yoga class, I feel I cringe. If I were to be like, well, that's what people are charging, and start to charge those prices here in Okanagan County, I probably won't have very many people in my classes unless they're coming in from Spokane or Seattle or Wenatchee, where those types of prices are pretty normal. So you have to look at the community that you're serving and adjust your pricing accordingly to meet the needs too. So you're making a profit, but you're also aware of what the community that you're serving will actually pay for your product or service. But sometimes if you're creating a tangible product, you can't help the price that you have to charge, because the cost to make whatever it is that you're selling is going to speak to how much you charge to the customer. So we want to be like, for example, the t-shirt example is always my favorite. You sell a t-shirt for $25. That's kind of an average ish higher end t-shirt, maybe 35, 40 bucks is higher end, but like $25 you're going to sell it for. So let's say 20, just so we have even numbers. Took me a long time to decide how much I was going to sell my t-shirt for. So, but there was a lot of factors that came in, like, do I want it to be a high-end product? Do I want it to be mid-range? Do I want it to be bargain pricing? And so when we have that debate in our minds, being a high-end product, there's a lot of factors that come into that. I've never had this experience myself, but I took a class that's similar to this, and we were talking about pricing and how you position yourself in the market with your price. And the gal was talking about how she went and bought a designer pen, and I want to say it was at a place like Nordstrom's or a really high-end department store. And it was one of those places where they have a special room where people, when you buy we'll just say a Louis Vuitton pen, it's like a $200 or $300 pen, she described it. And she's like, they take you into this back room, these beautiful sofas, they have a table out in front, and the salesperson like presents the pen that you will be taking. And then there's this beautiful, like, it's not a cardboard box, it's this beautiful holder for the pen that you're going to put it in your bag and take with you. And they clean the pen in front of you, and you get an opportunity to write with it to make sure that it's exactly what you want. They clean it again. Then they fold it up into this beautiful wrapping, and then they place it in this velvet lined box or container. Then they close it up. They tie a bow. It's a whole production. Tie a bow around it, and they do a little like ceremony. No, not really, but there's this whole process to just purchase this pen. And that's a high-end experience. Like anyone who's paying $200 or $300 for a pen, I mean, you better, I might need a foot rub out of this deal too. But so that's a high-end experience. That expense, you've got the labor of the employee, the training to teach someone to deliver such an experience for a customer. And then also the room that it costs in order to have that purchase experience for your customer. And then also the expense of buying the pen, and then also the packaging, that whole experience. And I think she said they offered her champagne or wine or a beverage. And so then there's that expense. So to facilitate those high-end experiences, there's higher expenses involved, and there's a bigger production involved with the sales process. So if you don't want that, maybe you want to be mid-range. So maybe you're not a Nordstrom shopper, but maybe you go to, I don't know, what's the next down from Nordstrom's? It's not Pennies. But anyway, you get the idea. So you go, maybe you go to the Nordstrom Rack, which I feel like is more of a lower end experience, but you're paying higher prices, but you're shifting through racks. Nobody's coming over and asking you if you need a new size when you're in the fitting room. You're basically self-serve. But for that, you get better pricing. So when we're thinking about pricing, that's another factor to take into consideration is where do I want to position myself in the market? And always I hear, well, I want to be the highest price. I want to charge the most. Well, okay, but with that comes expectations. And if you don't have the capacity to fulfill those expectations with the higher priced experience, are you really prepared to be there? So pricing, there's a lot of factors to consider when we're thinking about pricing. And then promotion, and this is what we're going to really spend a majority of our time on today. Promotion is like, not only is it the buying cycle of your customer, like when we did the promotion portion last week, we or whenever it was, I can't even remember. I feel like I time traveled the last couple of weeks. But we described the buying cycle, and then we created promotion processes or connection points with our ideal customer to draw them into that cycle portion, and then what their experience looks like as they go all the way to the end of the buying process. But in today's version of promotion, we're going to really focus in on the social media post, our marketing strategy, our promotion strategy, and using AI to streamline that process. And I'm like, I can't, like, I'm like, I just want to skip to that part because it's like, it's life-changing. It really is. It's amazing how AI can really transform how we do things in our businesses. If you don't have it in your budget to hire a virtual assistant or to have staff, being able to use AI is a game changer if you use it the right way, because there are right and wrong ways to use AI. So then the last aspect of this foundational information that we want to have at our fingertips when we're using AI to help us with our promotion strategy and all of those elements is to know our brand. What is our brand strategy? What is your brand's purpose? What do you want people to think of when they think of you? When somebody's in a room and they talk about you, your brand, your business, what are the things that you want people to be saying when you're not in the room? And then when we know what we want people to think and feel about our businesses when we're not in the room, then we can start to develop our strategy to make sure that our customers, our employees, our community recognizes us in those ways. So what is your brand's purpose? What are your goals? And what is your mission? And I love to use the fill in the blank and just say to myself, like, my business is on a mission too. And then whatever comes out, just let that be it for now. And if more comes up as you're writing it out, then you can hone that in and that will become your mission. And then what are some of the things that you value in your business or your organization? What is important? Things like, and you can have your own words, but community, connection, safety, what are some of the other things that are you could have value as a value. So what is important to the brand? What does the brand stand for? What does your business stand for, or organization? And it could be one word, it could be one or two words, but we don't want to create individual values that are like 3-page long descriptions. It needs to be something that we can just spout off really quickly and have an understanding of what those values are. So going back to review, so we're just gonna take, it's I don't trust that clock. It's 9:31 right now, and I rightfully don't. That clock is slower than we are. I never thought I'd meet a device that was slower than I am. And so it's 9:31. Let's take 5 minutes to start, and if we need more time, then we'll take more time, but 5 minutes to write out one product or service that you're offering, who your target customers are, and then we'll circle back around. If you have questions, and on like how to fill this part out, let me know. I'm here, but I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear my rustlings. All right, so hopefully you were able to get just some basic stuff in these 2 sections. And then we're not going to focus too much on these elements, but really the most important part is the product or service and the people. And I should have said this earlier, but the people can also be organizations. You may, and that would be a business to business type of a situation, a relationship, as opposed to a business to customer relationship. So sometimes if you don't work directly with the people to recruit that, like for example, me with a lot of the workshops I teach, I work with an organization and then they recruit people to come. So I don't necessarily have any direct connection with the individuals until the actual workshop. As opposed to if I were hosting the workshop and I wanted individuals to sign up for the workshop, that would be me and a customer. So then I would have ideal customers mapped out. But with my business, I have ideal organizations that I work with, and so, or other businesses. So that's another way to look at the people that you might be working with, or your ideal customers. Okay, so that aspect of it is complete. And I also want to mention that we will take a lunch break, or like a 30-minute, like feed yourself, get some coffee, water, bio break at probably around 11 o'clock, so that we can take care of ourselves today. So we're not going to be sitting here for hours and hours. All right, so brand strategy. This is another element that is actually really beneficial to have information about when we're using artificial intelligence, and why is that, Roxanne? Well, because let's say you're using one of the platforms like ChatGPT, or you're using Canva, or you're using any other of AI platforms. You need to know what tone you want your deliverables to be in. You need to, and when you say we're aligned with XYZ values, our brand colors are this, our mission is this, create some social media posts that we can use in our business. The AI is going to be able to create some stuff that is connected to your brand, to who you are and what you stand for as a business or organization, as opposed to if we just put in create 10 social media posts that I can put on Instagram. It's going to create 10 social media posts that you can put on Instagram, but it isn't going to be relevant to necessarily anything that you want to leverage in your business. Why are you posting this? If you're doing it just for the sake of posting something, that's fine. But why use that time ineffectively when we can use it really effectively by putting in our brand information? So these are things like, again, I've covered it already. So we're just going to take it's 9:40. Let's just take 3 minutes and write down some basic elements of what your brand is. If you know all the stuff that's up on the screen, yay, that's even better. Knowing some of your goals, at least one goal is going to be super helpful. and knowing your mission is going to be super helpful as well. Okay. So let's go ahead. Hopefully you got to get some good stuff down for your brand. But now we're going to transition into learning about TikTok and Instagram are going to be our focus for today. The Facebook would in and of itself, and the Meta is a whole universe, literally on its own. So I'm going to cover the slide, and then we're going to do a little demo of TikTok, creating our own posts and things like that. So the first thing is, if you don't have a TikTok account, you would download the app onto your phone. So whatever type of phone that you have, you go to the app, download the app, and then sign up. Then there's a sign up button that will pop up and you just sign up. It's really intuitive. They don't make it hard at all to sign up for a social media platform. And then you can choose to sign up using an email, your phone number, or if you already have, if you want to use Facebook to sign in, or I don't know if you can use Instagram, but I'm pretty sure you can use Facebook. I'm gonna offer up a tip, and this is based on my own experience. Do your best to not use Facebook as your login. My Facebook got hacked back in October, and I've been working on recovering that original account since then. But I thought that I was super secure because I used all the things to two-part authentication. I did like all the things, and I still got hacked. And I used Facebook to log into a ton of things. Because it's like, would you like to use Facebook to create your password? I'm like, yes, of course I do. Facebook is like my home base for all the things. And then when my account got hacked, it made it really difficult to get into a lot of the platforms that I used Facebook to sign in. So if I don't know that I would use that option ever again. I would probably opt towards using an email or phone number that you're going to have with you for a long time. So if it's a work email and you may not have that same job, probably don't use your work email. Use your personal email, unless it's a business or work account that you're creating this for, then you would use your work email or like the organization email. And then you want to select your username, one that reflects your personality or brand. Really, if you can, use your business name. If it's not available, then use something that is memorable. And then fill in all your details. It's going to ask you different information, and then fill that in, and then follow the prompts to finalize your profile. And then you can connect your Instagram account, you can connect websites, you can have different links in your TikTok profile that you could fill that out when you're creating your account. And then we're going to go over navigating the interface. So once you're logged into TikTok, we're going to take a tour. So I'm going to do a live demo of TikTok. And you want to look at the tabs at the bottom. There's home, discover, the add button, the plus sign, inbox, and profile. And you're going to see what all this looks like when I do the live demo. And then the home tab to access your main feed where you can swipe through videos. At the top of the, like when we see our kids like on their phones, just like swiping, most of the time they're probably on TikTok. And at the top of the homepage, you'll find two options. There's following and for you. There's actually a third one also, which is shop. So you'll see following, shop, and for you. And those are just different ways that you can look at your feed. Like if you only want to see TikTok videos from people that you follow, then you would click there. If you want to look at stuff that's for shopping, you want to buy some stuff on TikTok, you can go to the shop tab. Or if you want to look at videos that TikTok is recommending to you based on your search history and the types of videos that you interact with from your following, it will start to populate a feed of new and different people on the For You tab. So For You displays a mix of trending and suggested content based on your past history with the app. And then content creation. So we are going to create a TikTok today. So there's tons of different types of content that you can create on TikTok. And just like all social media apps, they're always and forever evolving. So TikTok started out as short, trendy videos. I believe they were under 15 seconds originally. And then now you can have up to like a 15-minute TikTok. So, just deciding on what kind of content you want to put out there. There are creators that put like almost a whole therapy session out there. Like they will talk for like 5, 10, 15 minutes, use that whole stretch of time. And I never thought that I would be one to sit on TikTok and watch those videos. But man, some of the information that is out there on TikTok is pretty amazing. And obviously always like do your research and make sure the person that you're listening to is actually an expert in their field. So so like if I were to go on TikTok and be like, I'm an expert at home building and I build this whole like persona and profile around home building and I don't know the first thing about building a home and I just start saying all this random stuff and I sound really convincing and you go build a home based on my advice and you're like, why is everything crooked and nothing is working? Well, it's because I wasn't a trusted source for that information. So, just like everything, we want to make sure that we're getting information from trusted people who actually have the knowledge to be sharing what we're absorbing into our minds. Basic tools and features for video creation. So this is where most people get stuck. Like they can create an account, they can navigate the interface, but then people are like, oh my gosh, now I have to make content and I don't even know what to do. So we're going to go over that. We're going to go over how to make content within the app and then also importing media from your device, from your phone, and also how you can create content using an external editing program to create your videos. And then we are going to create your first video. So after the demo, then I'm going to give you time to create your first TikTok. And you don't have to post it today, but I would recommend. So this is just to familiarize yourself with this platform. And there are rumors that TikTok is going to go away. So this may feel like it's a waste of time. However, Instagram is here to stay. And we're going to talk about Instagram in a moment. And one element of Instagram is creating Reels, Instagram Reels, which is basically similar. It's the same format as a TikTok video. So by learning this, even if TikTok does go away, you're still learning some valuable skills. So TikTok demo. So we're going to put it all together, creating our own TikTok video. So I'm going to stop my screen share because I'm going to share my phone. And just give me 2 seconds. Share iPhone via AirPlay. Let's hope this, sometimes it works fantastically. And sometimes it takes a moment. Okay, so are you seeing screen mirroring? And now you're seeing my home screen on my phone. I hope.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so from here, I have all of my social media apps in a folder. So I'm just going to click on TikTok, which is in the lower left-hand corner. And actually, I'm going to turn my sound down because that's another thing about TikTok is when you open up a the TikTok app, and you've probably experienced this many times in your life where somebody opens up TikTok and it's like super loud music blaring. So I always like to turn my volume down before I open up the app. You see, it like, that's what happens. It just starts playing sounds. So I'm gonna go ahead and just, so I'm assuming everyone has already created their account. They've already created their platform. So I'm gonna just bring us to the top of the app. So if you're looking at the white suitcase, if you go way up to the top, you'll see the For You, the shop, and the following. And then other things that you'll see up top is you'll see a live, it's like says the word live inside of a little TV set, which I'm guessing that's a TV. It could be something else, but I think it's a TV. And then on the far right is a looking glass. So I'm just going to show the first three tabs, which is the For You. And so it's just going to give me these are suggested posts. And in order to scroll, you just swipe from the bottom to the top. And if you want to go back to a video that you just looked at, you can go from top to bottom in your swipe. So then you will be able to see the previous video. So that's the For You. And then if you go to the middle, it says shop. And this is where you can search for things. It will give you different notifications. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Come on. I might have to close out and come back in. Oh, pick an exclusive gift. So this is the shop area. You can see I did a search for boho pants or palazzo pants, summer outfits of 2024. So you can buy a lot of stuff on TikTok. So that's the shop tab. And then I'm going to go back to the home screen. I'm going to hit the home on the bottom left-hand corner. So it takes me back to home. So now I'm going to go to following. So I just tapped on following. So these are people I follow. So their content is going to just pop up in my feed. So this is where people that I'm following, if they post a video, there's a higher probability that I'm only going to see their videos, that I'm going to actually get to see what their content is, which was a common complaint on other platforms. Is it's like, why am I getting all this content from people that I'm not even following? I'm not even getting to see content from the people that I'm following. So TikTok segmented it out, so now you can only see things from people that you're following. Or if you go to the For You, then you'll see content that is recommended for you. And then, so I just want to also show the live. So once you hit a certain number of followers on TikTok, you can start to create live videos. And I think because on YouTube, I watch a lot of tarot readings, I'm always getting live videos for tarot readings. So these are just people going on and talking. Usually they're selling something. But it gets a lot. Guys, this guy's sitting in his car going live. And you can interact with people, but I don't go there very often personally. But anyway, so general idea of what this looks like when you open the app. You can hit down on the bottom next to the home is discover. And then you can discover different hashtags that are trending, like 1-minute videos or pets. If you want to see stuff about pets, you can look up pets. And then we're not going to go to the plus sign yet, but then if you look at the inbox right next to the plus sign, I'm going to click on that. And this just shows you like who has been interacting with your content, and then or sending you messages or whatever. So this is your home screen on your platform. So you can see in the very top is my name. I use my name in all my platforms, just because most people know me by my name and not necessarily by my business name. And I just found that more people were searching for me with Roxanne Best as opposed to what my business names were. So I just decided to use my name as my handles, my ats. And then you can see there's the profile picture. And then there is on the bottom, you can see how many people I'm following and how many followers I have, how many likes I've done. So these are my likes, not likes that I've gotten. I wish I had that many likes. I'm pretty new to TikTok. So now how do these function? So if I click on following, it's going to show you everybody that I'm following on TikTok. So I can go to their profiles. I can see what they've got. Oh, now I know why I got that live. I didn't know I was following this person. Okay, so then you can go to followers, and these are people that are following me. Now, there is a lot of really good looking guys following me, but I'm pretty sure they're all robots. None of them are real. So I haven't followed any of them back. So, which is why there's such a discrepancy in how many people I'm following versus those that are following me. So you can look here and you can then go and click on their profile and see what is there. And I don't know why I clicked on this person's. I do, it was at the very top. And you can see what their content, what they're putting out. And then I can go over here to friends. And these are people that I'm friends on other platforms on. And then it has suggested. So I can like look here and it will tell me like who they think I should be following on TikTok. So then I'm going to go ahead and hit the arrow up in the upper left-hand corner to go back to my profile. So that's what those are. So I can actually, like, one of the frustrations on some of the other apps is we like things and then we never can go back and like, oh, I liked this video and I can't find it. But if we click on likes, oh, okay, wait. This is different than what I remember it being. Okay, I lied. I have received that many likes. I didn't think I was that cool. So this is how many likes I've received on all my videos. Okay, so then you can see edit profile, share profile, and then the person with the plus sign. So we're not going to go into that yet, but then you can see I just put yoga coaching and epicness because one of my taglines is be epic and do epic things, or building the foundation for your epic life. And then you can see the little shopping cart that says your orders. I'm not going to show you what I ordered because I'm embarrassed because it's candy. But I've also linked my Instagram account. So a lot of times like we see people's content on TikTok and they're like, oh, I want to see what they have out on Instagram. And because this threat of TikTok going away, people are trying to follow you on your other platforms. So if I didn't have this, they know it would be more difficult to find me on my other platforms. Okay, so that's that top part aside from the edit profile and share profile. So then down at the bottom here, this is my feed. So these are all the different TikTok videos that I have created and posted since I started using TikTok. And the funny thing is the person who started my TikTok account, we're going to get there in a minute, wasn't me. It was. Oh, I guess I have put a lot more videos out than I realized. So I'm scrolling all the way down to the beginning. And it's taking a while. But anyway, I'm going to skip that. But it was my kiddo that started my TikTok, and he like made some videos and I can't delete them. So they live at the very bottom of my feed. So here you can see the three dashes, two rows of the three dashes. So that basically is how you can sort your feed. So this is just the latest. I have it in order, but I could also sort it by the most popular. So what are some of the most popular videos that I have put out there? So now it ranks it based on the popularity of the video. But I like to see latest. And so it also, you can see in that first row, the very first column, you can see drafts. So that's the cool thing about a lot of these platforms is you can start to create a video and then just save it as a draft. You can go back to it and finish editing it or add more things to it later. But that's what drafts are. So the lock, this is my stories archive. These are things that I wanted to come back to. These are videos that I've reposted from other platforms. So when you're scrolling, there's an option to repost to your feed. And that's where these videos live, is when I repost, they go there. And then here, I don't have that many. Oh, maybe I do. I have a few videos saved. Most of them are recipes. So this is where I can go back and look at posts that I've saved. I can also look at sounds. Like sometimes you'll hear a sound on a video and you're like, ooh, I want to use that one later. And so if you save it, then you can go back here and save it. If you use effects, my son must have saved this one because I don't use this one. And then if you save places or different playlists, so there's tons of different things that you can save. You can save hashtags and then all those hashtags will come up. And then here, okay, this is what I thought that number at the top was. So these are all videos that I've liked. So the heart at the very end is videos that I have liked. Obviously, I like The Voice. I have liked a lot of their videos. I like probably every single one of their videos. And American Idol. And for some reason, this food eating contest chick, I'm like way into her. But anyway, so this is where you can like look at, videos that you've liked, which is what I thought that 4,209 number was, but it's actually moved down to the heart. So, and that's probably where it was this whole time. I just always thought I wasn't cool enough for 4,000 likes from other people. So that's the basics of this toolbar here. I'm just going to go back to the dashes. And so let's go and see what happens if we want to make a video. So this is where the fun begins.
There's a couple of messages in the chat.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. One sec. Okay. All right. So we are back. Welcome, Savannah. Glad you're here. So now we're going to make a TikTok video, and I forgot my tripod. A tripod is key in this creation process. And we're gonna have a photography workshop where we're gonna like fine tune these skills a little bit more. So we'll be creating some more TikTok videos and Instagram posts. But for right now, we're just gonna use what we have. So I'm gonna hit the plus button at the very bottom in the middle. And now it's like, oh, hey, you can see me. So I can record just like this. But I want to go over a couple of elements here first. So number one, you could just do text and have text show up. We're not going to do that. Everything is slow. We can just take a photo and just hit a photo. We could create a 15-second TikTok, a 60-second TikTok, or a 10-minute video. So I could just sit and record and just talk and be like, hey, everything is great. And oh, guess what? Why don't you get ready with me this morning and just start recording? The other thing is that, so we're usually 60 seconds is right about the right time. So down here, you see this little thing that says effects. This is where we have an opportunity to make ourselves look like we're 25 again. So it also added some music. This doesn't even look like me. I mean, maybe when I was young, but then I can do a black and white filter. I can do a green screen, and then I can add a photo like, oh my gosh, that was my dinner. It was so good. And I made it and you video where you're have a background. So that's an effect. And then So anyway, you can pick all these different things. Now, this might be my favorite. So, or you can turn those off. So the way that you turn any filters off, you're like, how do I make this stop? If you look at the very top, there's a circle with the slash through it. That's how you remove any filters from your videos or from your apps. So then you also see the hourglass or the magnifying glass. This is where you can search for filters like Gym Vibe is usually the one that I search for. Sorry, everything is super slow today. So this is where you can start to discover different effects. And it usually, why isn't it doing anything? Dark and moody. Okay, well, it's not going to let me search. But anyway, this is where you can do a search for different effects. And then if I hit the little tag thing, it shows me which effects I have. So this is the one where you accentuate the multiple chins. But anyway, so that's that filter. So you can do trending, you can create one, you can use there's different new filters that come out all the time. Like people are always creating filters. So I don't know what this. Oh, it brings me into it. So all these different things, there's games, there's different things you can do. This is why our little humans get so stuck in this app, is because there's so many things to do. So there's holiday filters, and then there's TikTok pics, there's community favorites, there's games, there's tons of games. There's different editing ways to edit. There's the green screen options. Oh, I didn't mean to click on that. And then, so there's a ton. Like, I'll be honest, I rarely use any of these, mostly because I want like me. If you see me on the streets, I want you to be like, oh yeah, that's Roxanne. If you see only this filter on TikTok and then you see me on the streets, you're like, I don't think that's you. Look different. So be careful with filters. They're great. Another thing I want to show is this right hand, the toolbar over here on the right. Look at that. So first is flip camera. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you guys what is in the room. So this is our big screen. So I just hit that little guy right at the top there, and that flips the camera. So the next one down is if you don't want to have the flash on, you can see it changes, it brightens. I'm just clicking it on and off. I usually turn it off. And then if you want to hit the next one is the timer. So let's say you want to record for 9 seconds and I want a 3 or a 10-second countdown. So I'm setting up my camera on my tripod and then I'm going to go run and get ready to do the thing in the video. So I'm just going to say 3 seconds and we're going to start creating our video. So I'm going to use my laptop as my tripod. So now I'm hands-free, which this looks like I'm the coolest person on the planet and I have a camera crew that's recording for me. But anyway, so hands-free, I'm going to go ahead. I've set it to 3 seconds. I'm going to start the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Hey, welcome to our Instagram and TikTok demo portion of class. I'm so excited to share how to create your own TikTok video. So I got cut off, but that's okay. So then we go back to the timer and then I go, okay, now I'm gonna go another bit of seconds. And then let's pretend like I was like, I'm gonna actually, this is this is a good thing to show. So let's say I don't like that. Like, oh, I messed up, it cut me off. So you hit this little X right there. So hit that X, and it's gonna say discard last clip. I'm gonna say, yeah, discard that last clip. We gotta start over. So I'm gonna go back to the timer and I'm gonna reset this to 9, we'll say 9 seconds. So I'm going to start the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Hey, welcome to this video where I'm going to show you how to get into a forward fold when you're at your desk and you don't have anywhere else. So perfect. That cut off in a good spot. So then I'm going to come back up here and I'm going to go here. And so I'm going to get ready to show you how to do a forward fold. So I'm just going to get here and I'm going to start it. Now it's getting ready. So the first thing we want to do is make sure we have a nice stance where we're nice and long in our spine and we just start to hinge forward, nice and easy right here. So there's the first section. So then I go back up here to the timer, click it. I'm going to move this over again. I'm just putting my finger on it and moving it over. And then we just want to deepen into that fold, keeping a flat spine, engaging the core, feeling the hamstrings start to loosen up as we're folding forward. So we don't need a lot of room. Okay, so cut off in a good spot. So as you're doing it, you start to feel like the timing of it. So we're going to start. So as the hamstrings start to warm up and we want to go deeper into the fold, we can start to come further down. And then maybe we just bend the knees a lot and hang. I think it stopped. So this last one, I'm just going to use that whole last bit of time. So let's say you don't want to stand up. You can do the same thing from your chair. Just find a nice seat, long spine, root through your feet and your sit bones, and then just come forward. Exhale to come forward. Push through the feet to come up. And then so you're just getting a nice release in the hips and the back. There we go.
Your volume's cutting out, Roxanne.
Okay. It's mostly the volume's cutting out because of it's playing through my phone into the speaker. So now we're in the edit. So I'm going to go back here. So this is, so it's playing. So let's say I want to edit. So I just click on this guy up here. It's the, it looks like a film strip. So now I'm in the edit mode on TikTok. So here is where you'll see all the different clips. So here, if I wanted to, I could put a transition. So let's say, okay, again, the volume, maybe I'll turn it up a little bit now so you guys can hear me. So, and for some reason, the audio is not syncing, and it's most likely because it's transferring through my phone, airdropping to Zoom and being shared through Zoom. So it's going through a lot of layers, but let's just imagine that like, okay, wait, I'm gonna, so I'm gonna try to cut out, let's just pretend like I figured out where the spot was where it said you want to do a forward fold and I want to stop it there. So I just tap my finger on the clip and then you can see that bounding box comes up and it tells you how long the clip is. And so let's say I was playing it and then right about here is when it says forward fold and I want it to stop there. So there's a couple of options. I can place my finger on the thick part of that white bar. Oops. Tap on it and I can pull it this way. And then it kind of has a snap too, where it just stops right there. So now I've edited it to where I want it to be. By doing this, if I decide later on I actually want that section, I can undo it. So another option is to use this on the very bottom. It says split. So I could tap on that and you'll see it's going to make 2 different clips. So from here, I could just delete that section, but then it's gone and I don't have it anymore. Sometimes it doesn't matter. You're never going to want it back. But in this case, I'm going to go up here under the video, the big screen part of the video, and you'll see on the lower right-hand side, there's an arrow that goes back and an arrow that switches forward. So and that's the undo. So the one that goes back is the undo. So I just undid the split. So because I may, when I edit this video, want that section back in. So let's say that's what I wanted. Now, let's say I want to add some text. So let's look at the very bottom here. There's edit, sound, text, effects, magic, overlay, and sound sync. So I want to add text. I'm just going to tap on that. It's big A, little a. So if I wanted to add captions, which is actually a really cool option if you are doing any talking through your video. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to add captions. And now this is AI. This isn't me typing in captions as it goes along. Artificial intelligence just figured out all the things I was saying. And so you do have an option to edit. So you can, and it only did, okay, it did the whole thing perfect. So, oh, that's why. What's going on? Why is it? Okay. Okay, so here we go. Let's pretend everything is perfect. So look at that. It added captions. I didn't have to do anything. Again, this is AI. This isn't anything else. This is artificial intelligence doing it. So, okay, that's great. Captions are there. And I am going to move captions down so they're a little bit out of the way. Actually, I'm probably going to move them up here so that it's not, we'll see when I stand up. It's fine. Okay, so from there, I want to add some other text. So I'm going to hit this big A, little a, and then I'm just going to do the A plus add text. So then I can pick different fonts. So you have classic, elegance, retro, and I usually use bold. But you can see there are tons bold or heavy. You want to pick a font that's going to show up really nicely. So you can also, so I'm just going to type forward fold at the office. So there's that. So let's say, I can take 2 fingers and spread the fingers apart to make it bigger, or 2 fingers apart, bring them together to make it smaller. Can tap on the screen and move this anywhere that I want it to be. And so you can see it started right here. Let's say, oh, wait, I wanted this to be at the very beginning. So now I can go down here to the forward fold at the office, place my finger on it, and I'm just dragging it over to the very beginning of the video. So now it's there from the beginning. So then I can go over and let's say when you're at your desk, Okay, so there we go. So let's say all of this is great, all of this is great. So maybe I want to add some text right here that says text stand tall. And then maybe here I want to add hinge at, oh, not things. Hinge at the hips. Okay. And then, so you get the idea. So another cool thing is you can do text to speech. So let's say you do this. I'm going to add text. Forward folding is a great way to help relieve low back pain when done correctly. Okay, so I'm going to go down here to this little voice to text. I'm going to make this super small because I don't really care if people read it because you're going to hear it. So I can do text to speech down here. And there's different voices. So I'm going to play the different voices. Or I can select warm. Or I can ask Joe. Joey can speak.
We can't hear the voices, Roxanne.
But you can't.
No.
Hold on, let me see. Why isn't it working? Oh, that's why. Okay. Oh, wait, that's camera. I need to go to sound. Okay, we'll try my iPhone. Here. And then go back to TikTok. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, just not the voices.
Okay. Why isn't it working? Darn it.
But those are where we could go to make the voices, the read to text. Is it like Siri where you can change it to somebody speaking in English and or Scottish or
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So these are just the different ways that you would hear it. And maybe it's not like super important that you have that text displayed on the screen because it's gonna pop up. So that's why I made it super small. You could almost make it like totally disappear. And even though it's not on the screen, it's still going to do that voice to text at this point. So we can also add effects. So again, these are just different things, like if I wanted to add eyelashes or so these are again, so but anyway, so and then you can also add transitions. So we're not gonna do any. So we're gonna turn that off. And then the next thing I want to show is you can see between the clips, there's the white box with a gray line through it. If we tap on that box, you can add a transition so that it goes from one clip to the next. So let's say we add transition, or we could do this one. So those are options. So, and then if you hit apply to all, then every spot where there's that box, it's going to add that same transition. So that is how we can add transitions, or we can just remove transitions and have those hard switches between clips. Sometimes that works great, sometimes it's not the best. And so that's the video. So I'm going to go ahead and click off of that. And then we could also click on magic. And so there are some trending magic filters that are out there right now. And you can see, what some of those are. So I could do, let's see, I'm trying to think of one that would be, let's try this. Oh, it only supports photos. Let's try velocity, because this one's a pretty popular one. And what it does is it just like makes things go really fast and really slow. You can see how it's messed up my voice, it's messed up all the things, but it almost looks like I'm doing a fun dance. So it's good you can't hear the audio because it sounded really weird. So that would make me motion sick, so I probably wouldn't use that one. And so all that is a face tune or face tracking. So it's just following my face. Didn't really do anything. So I'm just going to turn off any of the magic, any of the magic. And if I want to do an overlay, I could add an image or video from something I have in my camera. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just basically it's picture in picture. So I could like put a little thing up that says, if you want to join my next yoga series, we're starting in blah, 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 blah. So you could already have created something that you want to pop up there, kind of like when we're watching YouTube videos and it's like, if you want to see the next video in the series, click the screen that pops up and you click on it and it'll start to play your next video. But this is just a way to maybe pop in, like the way I would use it here is like, if you want to join my next yoga series, blah, blah, blah. Or you want to get more one-on-one, blah, blah, blah. And I would put that there, but that just happened to be a picture to demonstrate what that does. So the other thing is sound syncing. It added in some music for me, which I don't want it. I'm not going to put any music that loud. So it did add this music and I don't want it there. So I'm going to go ahead and actually I don't want that music. I'm going to replace it. So I can go through and look at different sounds. And I'm going to use this one. So then you can adjust the volume. So I don't want it to be a primary sound. I just want it to be background. So I'm going to turn it way down. So I'm going to hit save. So then you'll hear my voice, but in the background, it'll be like I have a little music going on, which makes it a little bit more interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and so that's basically all the things down here. So if I click the edit, just so you can see, all it does is it highlights whichever clip that I'm on at the moment. And then you can do these different things. So let's say I'm in the edit mode. You can split a clip. Let's say I want to replace this clip. I can re-record it, or I can also put another clip in there. And then, oh, look at that, another No, another fake account started following me. No, I don't know if you're real. I'm sorry. But you can replace a clip. Whoa, hey. Or what you could do is you could delete it. You could change the speed. So let's say I want it to be faster. So it's going to go really fast. Okay. But I don't want it to do that. But you can also crop. So let's say in this video, I want to crop it to like be really close in on my face. So there we go. And then save. So now everything is there. I've just cropped it and then it's going to pop out too. And this is just how we can create interest in our videos. You don't have to do all this extra stuff, but let's just say I'm going to hit the edit again just so we can look at some of the other elements. So I can also adjust the volume. So I can adjust the volume on my voice. I can turn it up, I can turn it down, and then I can apply it all. So every one of the clips in this video, that volume will apply to. Otherwise, you'd have to go to each clip and adjust the volume. So I'm just going to bring it back to normal, apply all, and save. So the other is rotate. So I could rotate my video, and also voice effects. Again, this is where you can apply different voice effects to your voice. Which is nice sometimes, but it depends. If you don't like your voice and you want it to be something different. So then let's say, okay, we've added all the elements, we've done all the things that we want to do to our video. Then we can go next up here in the upper right-hand corner. And then this pops up. So this is where you want to write a quick little blurb, okay? Improve productivity. Forward folding at your desk. And then maybe you want to add a hashtag. I'm going to do desk yoga, forward fold, and then working 9 to 5. I hope it'll let me use that dash in my hashtag. Oops, I don't want to tag anybody. So I could tag someone, or I could add other people who use the same sound, look at their videos. So I can add location. I usually do Okanogan County. If you're targeting a specific area, you could use the location for the area that you're targeting. I could add a link to books or keep TikTok, and then you can change settings here. So right now I have everyone can view this, or if I only want people who follow me back, or only me. Like if I publish this right now, I'm just going to say only I can view this post because I'm probably going to use this or some variation of it. And so when I hit post, which is part of the demo, I only want myself to be able to see it, not the world. And then you can turn off different things. So right here where it says that more options, tap that. So then there's these toggles. If you don't want to allow comments, like you don't want anyone to say, that's not the way you do desk yoga. Who do you think you are? Or you're amazing. Call me or whatever. If you don't want those kinds of comments or negativity or positivity, you can toggle that off. Now people can't comment on my video. Right now, as it is, someone could duet my video, which means they could use portions of my video. They could do a blind react, which is where like their face is showing and another person is my video is showing, and they're like critiquing my demo. If I don't want people to be able to do that, I can toggle that off. Oh my gosh, I just blanked on what Stitch. Oh, Stitch. This is when if I was like, if they wanted to come in part way on my video and start their own video, that's the Stitch. So I could turn that on or off. Stickers can be created for my video. If I'm like, oh, I don't really want people to create stickers for my video, I can turn that off. And what is a sticker? You've probably seen these on either Reels on Instagram or maybe even some of your Facebook videos where they take like a character from a movie and it's just a cutout of them and what they're saying, and they superimpose it on a photo or a video of their own. So if you don't want people to do that with your video, you can turn that off. And then if you don't want people to add it to their stories on TikTok, you could turn that off as well. So there are privacy settings available so that people can or cannot interact with your posts the way that you want them to. If you're, this is cool, add this label to tell viewers your content was generated or edited with AI. So if I edit it, I'm going to turn that off. If this is new, I didn't see this before. Identify similar products. If you're selling something, allow high quality uploads, save to device. So I actually need to turn that off. I thought I'd already turned it off. So every TikTok that I post gets saved to my device. And the reason why I was doing that originally is because if I created in TikTok, I would then just post it on Instagram, but I don't do that anymore. So then you can audience control. You can say this video is only for people 18 and over. And so if depending on how old the person identifies, only people 18 and over would be able to see your video. So there's tons of ways, tons of settings and more options to be able to create safety in your TikTok experience. And then if I wanted to connect Facebook, I could share to other platforms, including Facebook. So I have two options now at the bottom. I could save this as a draft or I can post it. But before I do that, I just noticed that like this cover is okay, but at the very bottom of, if you look at the square with forward fold at the desk or at the office, maybe I don't want that. So what I could do is I could select cover and I could go like, maybe I would find a clip that kind of got attention, and then I could do a standard where I just add text, or I could use the TikTok branding and add a label that way. So let's say I decide to use this one. I'm going to do forward folding basics. For word days, work days. Okay, so done. So now this is what will be, I'm going to hit save. So now that's my cover as opposed to the other thing. So when you're looking at my feed, that's what would be at the very front. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to hit post. So you can see it's loading. If I close TikTok, then it stops loading. So you have to keep TikTok open in order for the video to continue to load. I'm trying to see if I can find a video that, here's a sticker. So remember we were talking about stickers. So this is a sticker created from someone's photo and they just placed that sticker on the bowl of oatmeal. But you can do it with video also. Let me go to For You. There's probably one in the video. Okay, I'm not seeing any right now. But there's a ton of great options on TikTok. So we're going to add a different type of content. So we're going to do, so one of the things that I have been hearing is that TikTok is really liking photos, which is crazy, but you can add photos as a TikTok. So I'm going to go to the bottom right hand where it says upload. And I'm just going to use some photos that I already have in my camera roll. So I have some photos from the sound bath I did on Saturday. So I'm just going to use some of these. And I'm just going to click, click, click. And all I'm doing is selecting them. So so the next option is I can go, okay, I can do auto cut, or I can just hit next. And I'm gonna just show you what auto cut looks like. So it's processing. So now it's what it does is it just creates a video for me. I didn't have to do anything. Again, that's AI. So it added sound, it synced it to the sound. And that's actually pretty cool. So I want to save this. So I'm going to hit save. And then I'm going to hit next. And then I'm going to add this to my drafts. So we're going to do that again. We're going to select, select, select. Oy. So you want to target hitting the little round circles. All right, so then I'm going to just hit next. I'm not going to hit auto cut. So now I've created what would be called on Instagram a carousel. So this is where you can manually scroll through the images yourself. So I'm going to keep them as a photo, and then I can add text over each photo. And oops, I'm going to go back because I want to show this to you at the top. So TikTok will automatically add a sound, and it says original sound. So let's say I don't like that sound. So I'm up at the top here. So I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to add a sound of my own. I can go to my favorites and look at one. This is one that I always really like. So I'm just going to use that one. So now when people come to this post, they can scroll through the different pictures, and instead of it just flashing through the way it did in the previous version. And again, I can add text. I can add stickers. And notice it only appeared on that one photo. It doesn't appear on every photo. You can also use filters. So anyway, tons of options. And if you want to apply it to every photo, you can click apply all at the bottom. I'm just going to click the circle with the slash. And then you can also crop. So there's pre-made crops at the bottom, or you can go original, and you can 2 fingers expand or contract if you want to focus in on a very specific area of the photo. And then I'm just going to hit cancel. And then let's say you wanted to add a topic. So I might just say sound bath. And so now this is just going to appear in as a topic, and anyone who uses this as a topic and posts, then it's all going to link together. So that's how you can use those different. So I could add, oh, I already did that. So I can save it. Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to save it, but I saved it. Or I could add it to, I can't add it to my story, or I could hit next, and I can create a, Saturday sound bath. And then I can add hashtags. I can do mentions, and other videos that use the same sound. And then I can do all the other things, Okanagan County, everyone can view this post, or just me, I can allow comments. I don't want to save it to my device, so I'm just going to hit post. And then there it goes. It's posting again. So that's TikTok in a nutshell. I love that designer, John Davis. Oh, I know his clothes are amazing. So I'm gonna go ahead and I want to stop the screen share and I just want to pop in and see what questions anyone might have on TikTok. That was fast. That was like the fastest TikTok overview I've ever done. Is everyone still there?
I'm here. I think it can be very complicated. I started a TikTok a while ago and I have one post, I think.
Yeah. No, I follow some folks that they don't even post. They're just there to view and they share other people's videos. They have nothing on their feed.
I think I have a TikTok, but I think if you look at it, most of it's Serenity's post because I've never posted anything and I don't even really watch the videos. So-
Yeah,
But while you were talking about creating TikToks, I opened the one that I have and I was like, oh, those are some cute videos she did when she was little.
yeah. Maddox did the same thing. There's some
Yeah,
cute Maddox videos way at the bottom of my TikTok profile.
yeah, just because of that, now I'm going to save that profile. I've got her blackmail.
Yeah. Senior night.
Yeah, well, because when she was little, she kept talking about followers, and it's like I had no time for another social media platform and videos. I very rarely stop to watch the videos.
Yeah, well, and that's where we're going to talk a little bit about how you can cross-pollinate between your platforms and reuse some of the posts that you maybe create on Instagram and then put those on TikTok because you never know. I mean, if it's only just a couple of clicks and then you've got a post because you've already created something on Instagram or Facebook, that's how we start to leverage our time. So then we can be in all the places with the
Yeah,
amount of effort. Awesome. Any other questions? If not, it's 10:51. So
Roxanne, I
yeah,
do have a question. So for businesses and for organizations, um, in terms of content for TikTok, what are things that you might have them look at? I mean, you with your yoga, you're showing your different it's not poses, but they're yoga moves.
yeah.
But for organizations and businesses, what are the things that you would suggest that they highlight of, at their business? Is it everyday things? Is it, products and services? Is it, training opportunities? I mean, I guess trying to think of different things that could potentially capture people's attention that would draw them to want to follow that TikTok channel.
Yeah, so so that's where the branding aspect of it comes into play and becomes so important is because it's going to help speak to how you communicate with on your platforms. And if let's say you're an organization and you are offering technical support for your community or clients, and you really want to increase the amount of people that are engaging with that content and feeling like, oh, this is a space where I feel like I could probably learn some things. And so what you might do as an example would be, if we're using Economic Alliance and the series that we're doing, what you might do on TikTok is post little snippets of some of the workshops and say, these are some of the things that we're covering and what you might experience if you were to be here. Because a lot of times people feel like, oh, that's not for me. I won't go there. And so what we're doing is creating a space of connection so that people are more likely to reach out to us for the assistance that they need or to attend the workshops that we're putting out there. So I would put little snippets like doing the live interviews those with your trainers, that's great. And then even using parts of those interviews, like if someone's being interviewed and they say something really cool, take that clip and make it a TikTok. So you're showcasing the people that you're bringing in as trainers, but you're also showcasing what you're delivering into the community as an organization. Because so many times, like, and we all get guilty of this, is it's so easy to go into Canva and create a flyer and do a thing and put it out there. And then we just like, I post and pray, like put it out there. Well, I posted, I put it out there. And then a couple of other places have said, you know, and we promoted it, we put some boosting or promotion dollars behind it, and we're still not getting the numbers. And the reason is think about ourselves when we're scrolling through social media. I know for me, when I see a flyer, I'm like, just another flyer, another flyer, another flyer. But when I see videos or interactions of the clients with the trainers or people at the actual event doing the things, then it's like, ooh, what is this? This might be a place I need to be. So then I'll stop and maybe take a deeper dive into that person or organization's profile. But it's hard to, it's more effort when we're creating that kind of content. So from an organizational standpoint, those are some ideas. But then if you're a business, like let's say you're a contractor or you are doing assisted living or you are, I don't know, a crepe shop. What does your content look like? Well, crepe shop, pretty easy, making crepes and cool, you know, customer interactions or cool people eating your food. As a contracting business or a construction business, showing process videos, like people love process videos from start to finish. And it's like, well, how do I do that? Because it takes so much time. Well, those high speed videos where you compress like 4 hours into 30 seconds, those are really cool. People like those things. They like to see the loop closed of a project starting and then finishing. And that's why all those cleaning videos are so popular. Like you see the messy space and then the person cleans it up or organizes it. There's something satisfying in the brain. And we like, even if we don't want to watch it and it's like going on forever, we still watch to the end just because we have to see the end result. There's a guy, I think there's a couple of them now that go around and they clean up neighborhoods and they do lawn care. And you see these big overgrown lawns and yards, and they just shoot a time-lapse video of them cleaning up the space and like what it looks like before and then the after. And I don't, me research, not a big concern, lawn care for me. I really don't care, but I watch those because it's mentally satisfying. And so that's another way that a business that does like contract or construction, that type of work could develop a strategy around content like that. And then, for if thinking about like an assisted living home, residents that are super happy, the different activities that you offer, the kinds of meals that you're just anything that's going to create an understanding and knowing of what the residents in that facility will experience when they're a part of your business or a part of your organization. So anything that like if you want to invoke this feeling of warmth and safety and community and connection and that's part of your brand, that's what's important to you. How would you represent that online? How do you portray that? And that's where the struggle comes in, is because it's really easy to, like I said, to create a flyer and put it out there. But when we're really trying to connect with our customers, that's where it becomes challenging. And let's do a little foreshadowing because I really don't want to get into TikTok until after lunch because we only have a couple of minutes. So I'm just going to pop over into, hold on, let me open it up first. Okay. All right. I am not screen sharing. Give me a second. All right, here we go. Screen sharing. So now you should see ChatGPT opened. So let's say, I'm just gonna say, what are some good ideas to post on TikTok about my business that offers technical ASSISTANs and workshops for free to business owners. So I'm putting in more information than most might intuitively put in, but that's just because I know we're going to get better results. So you can see by knowing these little details that I'm putting in, it's going to generate better results. And I can even say, give me 10 ideas that would get business, dang it, business owners interested in the workshops. We'll say the live workshops. Okay, so I'm gonna hit enter. And I'm gonna plug in my computer because it's giving me the warning. And it's working a little bit slow because we're on Zoom and we're doing a lot of different things. And it is a busy time of the day for ChatGPT. So creating engaging content on TikTok to promote your businesses, technical assistance and free workshops can be a great way. So behind the scenes look, create a TikTok showing a day at your office, highlight the work you do, show your team in action, preparing for a workshop or providing technical support to give viewers a glimpse of your work environment. A quick tip series, start a series of short impactful tips related to common technical issues business owners face. Success stories, tutorial teasers, live Q&A sessions, which, a lot of this, thinking of Economic Alliance, you're already doing these things. Meet the team, before and after scenarios, interactive challenge, announcing special offers. So that took a few minutes. Let's say, okay, these are great. Thank you. But can you give me more options that I can use on TikTok that will create raving fans? So you can get more specific. Absolutely. Creating raving fans on TikToks involves engaging content that not only, so user generated content encouragement. Encourage your workshop attendees to share their own content about their experiences or the skills they've learned. A day in the life series. So you can be like, okay, can you so let's say these are great. So it's just keep continuing to generate ideas. And I'm going to pause it. No, I'm not. Okay. So I'm going to say this is awesome. Thank you, because we want to be kind to AI. Can you expand on number 6 with 5 options and script a 60-second video, I'm gonna say TikTok video for each. Okay, this is awesome. Thank you. Can you expand on number 6 with 5 options? So the latest gadgets for small businesses, because this is the one about tech. So now it's going to create an idea and script it out. 5 different options. So then now you have a script, you have your options, and you can do that for each of those 10 items that it created. And then you just now if you had more information like what the workshops are, who your trainers are, what vibe, what are people going to learn, then it would be able to pull even more relevant options. But we are being really general, and even being really general, it generated some really cool stuff. So for this first one, the script, start with upbeat music, a clip of a new gadget being unboxed, text on screen, this week's top gadget for your business, narrator, hey business owners, check out the latest must-have tech for your office, and then show gadget features in action. This name of gadget helps streamline your operations and keeps you ahead of the curve. Isn't that cool? Stay tuned for next week's pick. Like and follow for more tech tips and keep your business booming. The next one, background music that's light and informative. Show clip of software interface with visible updates. Narrator, calling all entrepreneurs. Big updates roll out this week for whatever software name. Canva's doing a big new thing, so you might do something on Canva. And so anyway, you get the idea. So then you can actually copy this and pop it into another platform. So let's say you're like, I don't know, how do I use the code? Using TikTok video scripts involves a few. Okay. I'm gonna pause it because I didn't ask. So like I'm trying to figure out like what can I do with this? Why would I want to copy and paste this? Where would I do it? But anyway, so super cool. Does that answer? So a little glimpse into how we can use ChatGPT.
No, that's awesome. That is really cool. And I think the big thing about ChatGPT is asking the right questions and putting the content for the information that you want to get back. So it's, knowing some keywords. Is that? I'm excited for the next one.
Yes, and I have some prompts that everyone will be able to use, so you don't have to know your own prompts, but they're like fill in the blank to get specific things created. Awesome. So let's take our lunch break. It is 11:06, so let's come back at 11:36. Then we're gonna do a quick TikTok, sorry, Instagram review. There's a lot more elements in Instagram to cover, but I definitely want to get into Instagram. And then we're gonna wrap it up with the AI portion. So you can stay in the Zoom and just step away if you need to log out and then come back. You can do that, but we'll get back at it at 11:37 because I can never say goodbye and just end it. And we are back. If you can just give me a little indicator that you are here, either thumbs up or comment in the chat that you're here, or just pop your camera on and give us a wave. Okay. I don't know why I clicked off the screen. We're gonna go ahead and and get started, I want to make sure that we get all this good stuff in before we end today. So I'm gonna jump back into our Instagram portion of our presentation. So we just finished the TikTok demo. And now just looking at Instagram, just a quick overview of some of the basics. So to create your Instagram account, you do the same thing. Download the app on whichever device you're using. Choose your username. If you can keep the same username that you use for TikTok, that you use for Facebook, that you use on your website, that is an ideal approach. But make sure that it's as close to the other platforms as possible, so it makes it easy for people to find you across platforms. Then you want to fill out your bio with a brief description or fun facts about yourself. We're going to do a little activity that will help guide you in writing your bio. And then also create a profile picture that will stand out. And I'll show you a little bit of a trick to help with that as well. Then as we start our account, we then start to learn the interface. So overview of the homepage, search, reels, shopping, profile tabs. And then we'll explore the different elements of the feed, stories, and direct messaging. And then we'll go over content creation, different types of posts, photos, videos, carousels, introduction to Instagram stories, the different features and tools that are available, and then go over basic content creation like composition, lighting, and filters. We'll get more into that when we do the photography workshop, so we're not going to do a deep dive into that today. And then we will do our first, or maybe not first, but we'll do some posts on Instagram. And this is where we'll talk about how to upload and edit your photos, writing compelling captions, tagging people, and using hashtags. So the Instagram demo, we are going to cover all of these things. And I'm just going to, lens. So one of the things I always forget, and it's one of the most important things, is to clean the lens on your phone when you're starting to shoot any videos or do any content creation. Cleaning the back side, and then if you are a woman, or if you wear makeup or moisturizer on your face and your phone is up against your ear, it can make your camera cloudy and your images will be less sharp. So always clean the lens of your camera before you start creating content. So I am going to share my phone again to turn it on. And hopefully we'll connect a little faster this time since we connected once already. All right, so we are here and I'm just going to go back into my apps and I'm going to click on Instagram, which is in the upper right-hand corner. And then I'm just going to go to my homepage. So here is the basic outline of your Instagram profile. So you can see at the very top, upper left-hand corner, that is my handle or username. This is if you were to search on Instagram for Roxanne Best, I would come up under Roxanne Best. And then just below that is my photo. It's a close-up shot of my face so that people know who I am. You could also use a logo if you're a business or organization, like a faceless brand, if you will, and you don't want your face to be the brand, then you can just put a logo there as well. And then off to the right side of the image, you can see the number of posts that I have put out into the world, the number of followers that I have, and the number of people that I am following. And then down below is another area that is searchable on Instagram. So I put Our Best Life, speaker, yoga, Indigenous woman. And then down at the bottom, this is the bio. And I actually am in the process of giving a facelift to this whole area of my Instagram profile. But this is where you have, I want to say it's 150 words and or characters to get your point across here. So you want to make sure that you're leveraging those. And then down below the bio space is the link. So you can see the link ourbest.life and one more. So this is a new feature for Instagram because a lot of creators were using other platforms like link in bio or Linktree. And so you would click that and it would take you to a space outside, potentially outside of Instagram, that where you could have several different links listed. Well, Instagram, instead of using outside apps, which they don't like us to do, they created their own version of that. So you can add many different links here. So, and I just have my website link and then the link for people to book a sound bath. And then here below that, so this is my dashboard, so I can see different tools that are available and the tools that I'm currently using. Down below that is edit profile or share profile. And then below that, you can see little circles. These are called highlights. And I'll share a little bit more about that later on. And then below the circles, you'll see a grid, a TikTok logo with a triangle in it, a play button, which is the space where all your reels live. And then the next one is a head in a frame. And that is where photos or videos that others have tagged you in, where those live. So profile grid. So I just tapped on that and then all the videos and posts that I have on my profile are there. If I go to the next tab, these are reels. So these are just reels that I have posted. And you can see all of those. And then if you want to see what people have tagged me in, wait, before I do that, you see on the upper left hand on top of drafts, it says series, and that's a drop down arrow. So if you click on that, you can see Instagram used to have a gosh, I can't remember what it was called, but it was a space where you could post videos like a channel, like a TV channel almost, but you could have different series. And so I have all these, which I actually really need to update, but you can see different videos that relate to health journey, the good stuff, just different things about meal prep. So these are just like, no, people rarely navigate here, so it's not really super important, but just knowing what it is super helpful. And then over here, if I click on that, this just goes to photos where people tagged me in their photos. So some of these are my photos and some of them are photos from other people. And so that is the basic outline of the feed. And then if you look at the very top again, going over, you see that little @ symbol, and then there's a red bubble and it says 9+. So this is a new element that Instagram incorporated a while back, and it is their version of the X, or what previously known as Twitter. And so you can link your Instagram profile to your threads. It's called Threads, I believe. And you can see it looks very much like a Twitter scroll. I do not use Twitter myself. I don't really use this platform that much, but I just wanted you to know what that was. And then next, so now that 9+ is gone, so I cleared that out. And then if you look next to it, there's a square with a plus sign in it. So I'm just going to tap on it. So this is where you can create. So if you tap that plus sign, you could create a reel, a post, a grid post, a story highlight. You could go live, made for you. You can have a fundraiser or a channel. This is where a lot of people are creating, influencers are creating channels on their profiles now. I'm not 100% sure that it's catching on. I'm just gonna click on Made for You. So these are videos created, reels created from my archives that I can edit and share. So these are just different things that that Instagram thought would make good content. And so it's again, AI, artificial intelligence. We are using AI every day and we don't really realize it. But that is an element of artificial intelligence. So going back up to this top part next to the plus sign in the box is you see 3 lines down stacked and I just tapped on it. And this is where you can go into your settings and activity. And there is a ton of things that you can do in here. But one thing that you might want to do is go into down here where it says for professionals. And you can look at your insights and see how things are going. Now, when you have green and it's a plus sign, that's why it's green. If it was negative, then your engagement is falling. But yay, I've been trying to post consistently and my reach and engagement is increasing. The different accounts that have engaged has decreased, however, by 5%. And the cool thing is like I can look at this top, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to tap on that. So accounts reached 564 and it has plus 0.5%. That's not a huge jump, but it is significant for my small account. But then you can get some analytics here, like more people are engaging in my reels, I have a pretty good amount engaging in stories, not so many on posts. So that is an indicator that the reels that I'm putting out there are getting me in touch with 363. So going back up here to the circle where it's dark blue, 363 people that are not following me. So these are not people that have requested to see. So it's just popping up into their feed. So I'm getting more people on reels that are non-followers that are engaging in my content. And then stories, you can see I'm getting a whole bunch more people that are my followers engaging with my story content. And then it's interesting on the bottom, even though posts are at 31, you can see the dark blue is bigger than the light blue. So my non-follower engagement on my posts, my grid posts, is better than my followers. So, that's interesting. And then, so then you can look down here and you can see your top content. And you can see just what it has brought to the top, or you can go to all, and then you can scroll through and look at like what's working. A lot of people seemed to like this reel that I created with the goofy picture of me on the front. I don't really remember what this reel was, so I'm just going to click on it. And it's just going to tell me like the different information. 25 people liked it, 1 person shared it, and then how many accounts it reached, how many interactions there were. And then it just gives you a deeper dive into the statistics of that post. Okay, so I want to show another area. So I'm just tabbing back, using the arrow way up at the top. So I'm back at that original screen and I'm skipping some elements because I really want to get to some of the important, all of it's important, but I just want to show you stuff that's useful for you as you create and develop your content. So Instagram, another thing that they did is there were so many outside apps to schedule your content that Instagram said, you know what? We need to figure out a way to allow people to schedule content within the app. Again, all of these platforms, their job, their goal is to keep us on the app as much as possible. So I could schedule a post. So let's say I want to I'm going to do a post because this is a great time to show an example of what a carousel post is. So this goes on your grid, but it's multiple images. So in order to do that, if you look just below the image where it says recents and then drafts, and then over a little bit more, you see two stacked boxes next to a camera icon. So if I tap on the two stacked boxes, this means I can now select multiple images. So I could go in and I'm just going to continue using these just as an example. I'm going to select the max amount that I can select. And it's 10. So you can select, ooh, I don't want that video. I'm going to unselect that. Oh, it might have frozen. I didn't mean to select that. Or that. Oh, why aren't you letting me unselect? Usually if you tap on it and then tap again, it will unselect. But it isn't letting me unselect. But anyway, and that's because it's downloading, because it's almost an hour-long video. And so we're just gonna pretend like I didn't make that mistake and select it. So then from here, from our drafts, come on, just let me unselect. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go out of that and hopefully it'll let me start from scratch. So scheduled content. Schedule now, perfect. So I'm gonna stick on post. I'm gonna click on the stacked boxes. I'm gonna select, make sure I don't select any videos. 10, okay. So then I'm gonna hit next. So now I've got an option to add a filter onto the videos, and you can select the intensity, or sorry, not videos, on my photos. So you can just see the different filters. They're pretty basic. But if you do use filters on your photos, just make sure that you continuously use the same filter throughout. So you have an option, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, you can add music. So let's say I'm just gonna add this hand pan. I really like this For Your Soul. So when people click on it, it will just play this music as they're scrolling through the photos. The other thing here that I want to point out is it's a 30-second clip, but if there is a very specific part of this song that you want, you can move it so then it will play. Maybe you only want the beginning part. Maybe you only want the end part. So within that 30-second time frame, you can select different segments of the song, which is it's a nice feature. But I'm just going to go ahead and okay, sorry, I forgot to point this part out. So if you look here, it says 30, and then it has the line, and then it has the stop. So if you tap on the number 30, it opens up this scroll, so you can scroll down. Let's say you want it to play for a minute or whatever, or you don't want 30 seconds, you just wanted a 15-second clip. But anyway, so this is where you can select the duration. So then this bar will just select. Now it's going to select a 30-second clip of the song. So yay, we're happy with that. So we're going to hit done. And then we're just going to go next. One of the things that I don't necessarily love is there's no option to add text over the images. So you have to do that beforehand. And which is fine, but it's kind of frustrating because it would be cool to be able to add some text right now to this front image and maybe even some to the other images as well. So bugger. So anyway, so now all of these images are there, and I didn't edit any of them. I didn't add any filters. It's just straight out of the camera. So you can see I can write my caption. I'm just gonna do sound bath. Body. And then I'm gonna tag body. Bobby, body. So there's Body Needs Healing Center. So I'm just gonna tap that. And then I'm showing you this so you can see this new feature. You can add them as a collaborator. If they accept, they will be added as a co-author on this post, which will be shared on their profile and to their followers. So I'm going to invite them. And now it doesn't just automatically happen. They actually have to accept it. So I'm just going to leave that there. And then, so just going down further, so you can see I've tagged people. The song that I have up there, if I were to incorporate some sort of a product through Instagram, I could tag that product. If you've been on Instagram, sometimes like if you tap on an image, a shopping bag will show up or is on that image, and you can tap on it and buy straight from their shop through Instagram. You can add a reminder. So I can say sound bath. We'll just pretend like I spelled that right. And then we're going to say that it starts tomorrow at, we'll say 6 p.m. Done. And then it ends, we can say it ends tomorrow at 7 p.m. So we can just go done. And now we've added a reminder that there is an event that's going to start at that time. Who do we want to see it? We can have everyone or only the close friends that we've selected. And then we can add location. I'm just going to say Okanagan, Washington. We could boost the post. We could add a fundraiser. We could post it to Facebook. And then there's advanced settings. This is where we could say, okay, I'm going to schedule this. I want it to go out tomorrow at 7 a.m., 7:25 a.m. You could turn off like and view counts on this post so people can't see how many likes it's gotten. You could turn off commenting so people can't make comments. You can also decide to share your post to Facebook, which I'm not gonna do that right now because I'm still not super stoked with Facebook. And then you can have alternate text. This is just great for the visually impaired where they could tap on it and it could say, this is a photo of a wave drum at a sound bath and the different instruments used during the sound bath. So then they're not seeing the image, but they're still able to have that interactive experience. We're going to go back because I'm not going to keep, so you have to click schedule and then that post will schedule. So now I have the option to share, or I can just delete it and start over. And I'm not going to share it because it's not beautiful yet. So to just go back through, I'm just going to discard, or I can save the draft. So now it's saved as a draft. So if I were to click on drafts, you can see all of the different, I've got a whole 4 drafts in my drafts area. So that is one way that you can create a post. So I'm going to go ahead and draw our attention back down into the grid, and then way at the bottom, you see a house, a looking glass, a plus sign, and the little Instagram logo, movie script, movie true action thing with a play button. And then you see my photo. So one cool thing about Instagram is if I tap on my photo and hold it, that's so funny. I thought I changed that. So my son got access to my Instagram and changed the name of one of my accounts to Natalie's Man. I don't know why. So I can get to my other accounts through here. So this is the only one that's kind of active. So I can just switch over. This is one that I was playing around with as a more of a vanity page, where if I wanted to post something that really isn't on brand or doesn't go with who I am, I could post it here. I obviously, the last post I've made here was in 2019. So obviously I don't really use this profile that much. but it's there and I can access it, but I'm going to go back to my profile. So we're down at the bottom. If you click on the house, it takes you to your feed. So it just shows you all the different things in your feed, both stuff that's recommended to you and things that are people that you follow. So you can scroll through here. You can search. So if I click on the looking glass, I can start to search for content. So I can type up here and search for, let's say yoga. I'll say yoga pants. And then it just starts to show things that I don't like this. I don't recommend doing that search. We'll do, let's not do yoga. Let's do sup yoga. So then it shows a bunch of images and videos of stand-up paddleboard yoga. So this is what it recommends on the For You, or I could tap on accounts. So then it's going to pull up any account that has sup or sup yoga in the name. So it's going to pull up the accounts. Anything that is sup yoga sound related, it also pulls up different hashtags that are used in relation to that topic. So I'm sharing this because this is one of the ways that we can do research based on some of our brand identity, our mission, some of the elements that we've identified as our product or services. So we can look at places, like what are the places where it's most tagged, like sup yoga being tagged. And then you can just look up sup yoga reels specific. So you just want some real ideas for sup yoga. You can look here and it will pull different posts up. Oh, look, there's one of my posts. Nope, that's not me. Those looks like my boards and it looks like one of my students. But anyway, so you can research that way. And then you can look at what people are creating and do your searches that way. So the next one, we're going to skip the plus sign because we're going to create some content, is if we just want to see reels, we click on the one on the other side of the plus. We're not going to see any posts other than reels. So this is like going through a TikTok feed. And then clicking on my picture takes me back to my profile. So then we're going to go ahead and create some content. So there's so many different ways to get to creating content. You can use the plus sign at the top, upper right-hand corner. You could use the plus sign on the bottom. And so you can see when you hit the plus sign on the bottom, I want you to look back down at the bottom. It says reel, it says live, reel, story, or post. So we already went through how to create a carousel post, which if you can do that, you can create a regular post. The only difference is all you're doing is selecting one image and posting. To create a story, so stories live in a completely different environment. So I'm going to just click off of this and we're going to go back to that main screen and just look up at my profile picture. You can see there's a colorful band around it and there's a plus sign. This indicates that there's a story on my profile that I haven't viewed. So if someone were to visit my profile, they could click on that and watch my stories. So I'm just going to click on it. And because I'm a Virgo, I always post stuff about how awesome Virgos are. So now if you look at my image, there is no longer that colorful band around it. So that's an indication that I watched all of my stories. So let's say I want to, and this is like if you were viewing my profile and you saw the colorful band around my profile image, that would indicate that you haven't watched my stories or I posted something new, then you could go and watch it. But if it's a white band around it, then you know that you've already watched everything in my stories. So the other thing here is that plus sign. So if I tap on that plus sign, this is just going to add to my stories. So that's just how you add to your story. And so here I can use content that I already have. I could use drafts. I don't have any drafts for stories yet. I could use my camera. I'm gonna flip around and I can create my own story from here. And you can use filters. This is one that's fun. So without getting into too much about the stories filters, because I get distracted really easy if you haven't noticed. And so here we are in the stories. So a couple of things. On the left-hand side, you see the letter A. So I can just write a story that is just text. Roxanne and Virgo's rule. And then that's what the story would be. So I'm just going to click the X. I'm going to discard that because that's not what I want to do. And I'm just going to click the X. I'm going to go back in, go back to camera. So that's what the letter can do for you. I'm going to show you another cool thing. I'm going to close out of this. Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go here and I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to close Instagram. I'm going to go to my camera. I'm going to take a selfie. I'm going to go to that photo. I'm going to hold my finger on the photo. Watch what happens. Dang it. Why isn't it not? That's not what I wanted to happen. Hold on. Oh, there you go. See the magic lights? So I'm going to go copy. Oh, it's not. Oh, am I frozen?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me start over. Can you see my phone?
Yes.
The home screen? Okay. I'm going to go back in. You can see my camera and the photo. It does. You're right. Okay. So that sucks. Okay, we might not be able to demonstrate that today. So I'm going to go back to Instagram. But hold on. So we all saw the photo, and all I did was a long hold on the image. No, that's not it. There we go. And I'm going to do copy. And then I'm going to go back to Instagram. I'm going to hold. Oh, why isn't it working? Oh, darn it. Okay, never mind. We won't demonstrate that today. So we're going to go back to stories. We're going to go to camera. And we can add music. I'm frozen again. Or did I take a picture? Okay, there we go. So from here, the next thing down is boomerang. So I'm just going to show you a boomerang. So I'm just going to go. So then it just repeats it over and over again. It just goes, it's like a boomerang, it loops. So you want to do something really cool. I wouldn't do that in a boomerang. But you get the idea. And then the next thing, I'm going to turn boomerang off. The next thing is layout. So I'm going to tap on layout, and then you can see different layouts that are available. So I can, oh, sorry, I tapped on the wrong thing. So I can change the grid. So you can see all these different options. So maybe I want a top and a bottom, or I can do side by side, or I can do 8 different. So then I might go like do that, and then, and then, and then. So all I'm doing is giving you all the different ways that my multiple chins like to be featured. So I could do the last one as a filter. So here we go. So this is one way you could do multiple images of a product, or you can do goofy things like that. So I'm just starting over. So there's the different layouts. And then if you want to have your hands free, so I'm just going to prop my phone up on my computer again, and you can see under layouts right there is hands free. So I'm going to click on that. So now I can shoot hands free. So I can just hit the button and then I'm like, going on, life is great. And I've got my hands free to be able to do all the things. And then I hit stop. So otherwise, when we're creating a story without hands-free on, is we have to be constantly pressing this button right there in order to make a video. Otherwise, if I tap it, it just takes a photo. But with hands-free, we tap it, everything's a little bit delayed. Then we can have hands-free and we're shooting video and we're not shooting a photo. Okay, so discard, turn hands-free off, and then dual. So right now my front camera and my back camera is on. So let's say I want to, right, discard. So I want to show you my cool shoes. So I'm just going to do this video where I'm showing you my shoes, like this is my one shoe, this is my other shoe, but I still want to be talking and showing you the things. So, oh, look, there's the screen, and hey, look, hey, what's going on, you people? Hey. So then it's done. So then everything that you recorded, it's like, again, picture in picture. So I'm going to go back, discard, because I'm not going to save that. I'm going to turn dual off. But anyway, so those are some of the options for creating stories. Usually what I do is I create stuff in Canva, or a lot of what I post in stories is reposts of other people's posts. And I'm just going to close out of this. I'm going to go into the feed. And I'm going to say, ooh, I really like this. Follow your heart. Take your grandmother's teachings with you. I'm going to tap on it and heart it. So I liked it. And then this little paper airplane looking guy right here next to the quote box, I'm going to tap on that. So I can send it to my friends, or I can go to threads. I can add it to a thread. I can add it to my story, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to tap add to story, and then, ooh, it just kind of puts it in there. It looks really cool. So then you can see down at the bottom, reclaim your power is still tagged in this post. And then you can add different elements here. So you can see the different versions. All I was doing was tapping on the photo. So now you can see reclaim your power is more prevalent, which I'm going to keep it like this. And then if you go up to the top, you can add your own text. Yes. And then change the color. I can move it around. Uh-oh, where did my yes go? So Instagram discovered that a lot of people, this kept happening too. Like I typed that in and now it's gone. So they have figured out a way to create layers on a story. So you tap and hold, and you see that little dash and then a dot underneath. So when that appears, I just drag down. There's my yes again. If I want it to hide, drag it and place it down. So the other thing you can do is you can add stickers. So there's all these different stickers up here. Let's say we want to add this, and we're going to say agree. And then we're going to go over here. I want to do 100%. And then this is here. So then people can interact and the slider, so they would just slide if they agree and like how much they agree 100% or not at all. Other stickers, you can add a poll, like I don't know, think of a question you might ask. Yoga? Nah, not bendy. Of course. All day. Okay, done. So then there's this poll here. I would not put this many stickers on a single story, but I just want you to see what they are. You can add music, you can add cutouts. So this is where we can actually demonstrate the cutout. So there's me, it's selected the photo of me. So I'm just gonna go use sticker. And now I can use that photo. I'm gonna put it here, but I'm gonna go tap. I was hoping that it would put it in front of this guy, but it's not going to. Okay, so there's my cutout. That's done. So anyway, you get the idea, tons. So this is another one that I made, another sticker that I made of a video. And, you know, so you can make stickers that are videos. This is that cutout thing that I was talking about. It isn't perfect, as you can see, it like is not great. So let's say we don't like that. We can tap on it, drag it, and plop it in the trash bin. See, we don't need this here, so we're gonna throw that away. If we wanted to add music, we can select music. Done. And there's other things we could draw. I think my color's wrong. Done. So all kinds of things can happen. Now let's say, okay, I love this, but I'm not ready to share it. We could save it. But let's say we don't want any of these things on there. So we can just start to drag it away and throw it away. Or even easier is just to stop, discard, go back to the post and go, okay, I just want it to go to my story. And there we go. So that's how you can share other content to your stories. So going back to stories, I'm going to go to the plus sign. I'm going to go over to story, and you can just create a story from an image that you've already taken. So if I swipe on the screen from right to left, I can change the filter that's on the image. I could add text, I can add, make this a backdrop. And name it, but I'm not going to do that. So I could post it to my story, or I could post it only to close friends. I can add music, I can add stickers, all the things that we just went through. But anyway, that's how you can just post an image that you already had taken as a story. So one of the main things that a lot of people do is, so what I just tapped on where the 3 and then the thought bubble is, that's messages. I have some clients that message me on Instagram, and that's private, so I'm not going to click on that, but it's just like Messenger on Facebook or any other messenger app. So you just get notifications that someone messaged you. There's a new thing too where you can subscribe to somebody's feed. And so when they post cool stuff, it will just go into that space. And you can create your own feeds as well and get people to subscribe. So then you are basically getting an opportunity to send them messages all the time. Okay, so the next thing, most important thing, is the reel down at the bottom. And this is going to be the last thing on Instagram. So if we want to create a reel, we can do so from ClipHub. We can do so from a template, or we can go to Made for You, or we can use drafts that we've already started, or we can just create one from scratch. So again, all the filters, there's tons of filters. Like, let's say I wanted to have this beautiful background. I don't use a lot of filters. So it's always an interesting experience when I start playing with filters, but we're not going to do that today. We're going to just stick with the normal. Again, propping my phone up. And so just like in TikTok, there's tons of different options. So first you can use an audio file. Like there was a big trend for a long time where people were lip syncing to different audio files. So this is where you might do that. You can add effects. You can change the layout. You can do green screen, which is new. You can add your own. You can, this is another trendy thing, what we saw on TikTok where, people start these different trends and you just post on those trends. You can change the length, 90 seconds, 60 seconds, 30 seconds, 15 seconds. I usually like to keep it at 90 seconds just so I don't get cut off. You can, again, dual cameras. You can use hand gestures to raise your hand. So let's say I have hand gestures, so I want to start recording. Did I not turn it on? So there we go. Hello and welcome to AI for social media content creation.
I think it shut off when you leave that.
Oh, dang it. Okay. Okay, so anyway, you get the idea, gestures. I'm going to stop and go down to align. So this is a good one to know as well. So the last place that I was, like if I started recording and then I had to stop, so you can see the little ghost me right there. So if I want to align, I just get as close as possible to where I was, and then I can start recording again from where I left off. And then it'll be a smoother transition. Okay. So that's it. I'm going to go next. I don't use the hand gesture option very often, but I think I started recording and then stopped and then.
Yeah, wait, yeah.
So that's it. So we can do different things here. We can download it. We can add music. We can add an effect. We can add another image. We can add stickers or cutouts. Cutting out, use this. So there we go. We can add text. And so I didn't really go too much into this in the text section before, but you can change the fonts. You can change the color of the font. These are the color options. You can use the dauber. And then like, let's say I want to pull the color from my glasses for the text. You can add text effects. So you can see the different with effects and the different options, and without. you can make your text have action. So I just hit that little A at the top. So you can see the different, and each style of font has its own related action. So I'm just going to go done. And I'm going to move this up here and then go next. Okay, wait, first though, if you look at the very bottom, you can see that this is the editing place for Instagram. So there's the sticker. Let's see, I'm going to move this word where I typed tree. And I'm going to keep that. I'm going to just have the sticker come in right here. So you can see plain screen. And then I move that. So boom, there's the sticker. And then, okay, now boom, here's tree. So this is when the text pops up. Let's say I want it to end before the video ends. I want that to end before the rest. So then as I'm playing the video, the sticker appears, tree appears, tree disappears, sticker disappears. So same things as what we had in TikTok. These little boxes with a slash through them, you can add transitions. And you can just look at different transitions. I wanted to delete that, but you can also tap on a clip and edit this way, make it shorter or longer. Not longer, but you can make it shorter. And you can add an audio file. So we'll just add this one. We'll go done. And we can also we can adjust the volume. So I don't really want it to be the primary sound. So I'm going to turn it down, done. And then, yay, here we go. Here's our TikTok or our reel that we've created. And then we would go next. And then, so we could preview it or we can edit the cover. So you have a couple of options. You can scroll through here and select a cover that you want to use, or you can add from your camera roll. So I'm going to see what that looks like on my profile. Perfect. So I'm just going to hit done. And then here we can type in our caption, all the good things, just pretend like I'm making sense. And then I'm going to say, okay. Same thing, I can tag people, I could tag a product, I can add a message button. I'm going to go ahead and just add that in case someone wants to message me about my crazy video. We could add location. We can add a reminder, which is what we did in that previous post, which was a carousel. We can post to Facebook if we wanted to. And then advanced settings. Again, these are just options for scheduling and privacy settings. Maybe you don't want people to be able to download your reels. You can turn that off. So you would just toggle it off. And then upload at highest quality. I don't know why I don't have that turned on, but I'm going to do it now. You can hide light count. So all the same things that we do. And I'm just going to hit save draft. I'm probably not going to use that, but that's the draft. So we've covered posting, creating carousels, creating stories, creating a reel. The only thing we haven't gone over is going live. So when I clicked on the going live button, you can see up here at the top, I have this drop down. I can share with everyone, or I can do a practice session. So if I click practice session, nobody else is going to be able to see it. But the other cool thing is down below, it says there are 81 of my followers active right now. So 81 people, when I go live and it's public, they're going to get a little notification that says Roxanne is going live right now. So that's kind of cool. So if you get on and you're like, none of my followers are active and you're going to go live, it might not be the best time to go live. So you can also create a title for the video. I'm just going to type practice and then start time. I can't do it for right now, so we'll say There, I'm gonna cancel that because we're not scheduling it. And then we can add this option where sometimes a lot of people will go live and you can select a nonprofit. So if you're going live for a specific topic that you might want people to donate to a nonprofit, you could select that. And then when you're live, that little heart with the coin with the heart on it will come up, and then people will be able to donate to that nonprofit. So I can just go here. I'm going to go practice. Done. So now my video has a title, and I'm just going to hit the, okay, going live in 3 seconds. Now we are practicing a live video on TikTok. And so this is a cool thing because when we're live, we have all these different options. So I can mute myself. I can turn my video off. I can flip my camera. I can add a filter. I can share a photo or video with my viewers. So in this photo down here, I was demonstrating how you can copy and paste a cutout of a photo and use that in an Instagram story. But while sharing it on Instagram or on Zoom, sorry, it was not functioning the way that I hoped it would. So I wasn't able to demonstrate that process. So I can choose a different asset and go. So I'm live right now. I'm still talking. People are still watching me. And let's say I want to go here. And now in this photo, this is at the sound bath that I had last weekend, and it was a great turnout. It was in the Himalayan Salt Room at Body Needs Healing Center. I set up my bowls. You can see my bowls around me, and people just lying in the salt and just being really comfortable and just feeling really cared for, and blah, 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 blah. That is just shooting from the hip. I don't know. So, okay, yay, that's done. And I'm gonna stop sharing a photo so then it's back to me full screen. And thank you for tuning in. I'm super excited that you were here. And that's the end. So, am I sure that I want to end? Yes, I'm sure. So these are just so you know, like, what would come up, because sometimes we go live and we're like, oh shoot, I didn't know I had to select, and then like you end your video with this weird like look on your face. So you can also go live with more people, so you can always add people into your live videos as well, and then you can view insights right after to see like how many people tuned in and for how long, how many comments were there. And then after you finish the live video, I'm going to go ahead and view insights. So we were private, so nothing happened. But this is what you can see. Like, it was 2 minutes, 3 seconds long. Nobody commented, nobody shared. Because it was private, none of this stuff happened. But you would be able to see these analytics after you finished your live video. Discard. So the video was deleted. You can also save those videos to your platform so that they will be there forever, and they can also be part of a series. So that is Instagram in a nutshell. That was like a quick review of the different features of Instagram, and we didn't even get into everything that's available to you on Instagram. But I don't want us to miss out on any of the AI stuff, and we only have a few more hours left. That seems like an eternity, but it really isn't when we're starting, because I'm hoping that y'all are going to have some questions, and we're going to be able to do some interaction. So before we move on, I just want to pop into each of you and see, do you have any questions, any comments, any like ahas from what we've covered so far? Anything?
Roxanne, I just have a quick question regarding threads. I know that that's been something that has been coming up a lot, and like somebody wants you to watch a thread and then you go to click on it and then it's a new app that you have to install to be able to access threads. So can you talk, I know not a lot of time, but can you just give a little bit of overview on that?
Yeah, so Threads is, I'm trying to remember if I downloaded a Threads app or if it lives inside of Instagram. But so Threads, like I said, is a version of X, which was previously known as Twitter. And it's just it's a spin-off from Instagram to capture the folks that may have wanted to abandon X when it was purchased by another person. And so it was just a way for Instagram to capture more people. But it's also a cool platform to get like quick messaging out. I know a lot of people are using it to, the way that people use Twitter. So I honestly, let me do a quick, because I haven't played around with it much. It started and is Threads a Threads is when you create a profile on Threads, it'll be connected to the Instagram account you logged in with. So it is separate, but they are very much connected to Instagram. I don't know if that's answering your question. But it is a separate app. But I know you can toggle between Instagram and Threads pretty seamlessly if you download it. And I think part of the frustration, because when it was first coming out, I always jump on new trends, and so I got in while it was something completely different. So I haven't been able to experience it probably the way a lot of other people have. I would have to do some more digging to get a better answer. Other than I know
And
that
that's
it is
perfectly
part of
fine.
Instagram.
I just know just from personal experience now, it's like I've never seen threads and then all of a sudden it's now popping in there and then you go to click on, oh, so and so wants you to, and then it's like, oh, now you have to download another app. And it's like, I don't want to download another app. So looking into it is definitely something that I think, and you get to the point that it's like so there's so many spam type things too, so knowing that it's legit, I think is a good thing as well for businesses to know.
Yeah, and I'm actually just gonna, I don't know why I didn't notice this before. Let me just go ahead, just so you guys can see. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Because I do have the app. It's just I don't ever go into the Threads app. So it always feels like I'm just toggling between the two on Instagram. So like I showed in the Instagram up here in the very top, that little @ sign, that will take me to Threads. But if I go over, you can see that the same symbol next to Slack is Threads. And that's the same app. And you can delete it now separately. Apparently that wasn't a thing before, from your Instagram account, because not everybody wants to use Threads. But anyway, so this is what it is. It is an app. It is legit. It's not hackers, which that's a great question. So it is this. I would always be leery about download this, or you need to enter this information in order to get access to a certain area or product or information. A lot of those are just people phishing for for your data. So being really mindful of that is important. So it is an actual app on its own, but it is integrated into Instagram as well. All right. Any other questions? Okay, so we are going to dive back in. Now we are into the space of artificial intelligence. So we covered Instagram. Oh, wait. So if you want to take a screenshot of these questions, because these are going to help you to develop a really compelling Instagram bio. An Instagram bio is one of the hardest things to create. But again, I'm going to send you a version of this slide presentation. So you'll have these questions, but I don't want to spend too much time on it because I do want to make sure that we get in the demos and things for artificial intelligence. So who are you? What do you do? Why should people follow you? Who is your target audience and what tone fits your brand? What personal touches can you add? And how can followers engage with you further? So these are all the things that we covered when we were looking at the bio. These are just a couple of examples like, hi there, I'm Roxanne, a creative entrepreneur, passionate about bringing art to life, exploring the world of photography, one masterpiece at a time. When I'm not creating, you can find me cooking or watching Netflix and sipping coffee on my couch. Join the conversation with Our Best Life, Yoga and Coaching, and explore my latest projects. And you can put your website. But anyway, this is just an example. And then the other is a more straightforward version of an Instagram bio, just your name, capturing life's magical moments, specializing in outdoor weddings, based in New York City, lover of art and coffee. Check out my portfolio, and then a link to the portfolio. So me personally, I like to get to know the people that I'm following or interacting with on social media. So I don't hate the top one. It's a lot of words. The one on the bottom is more professional and gets to the point and with less words. In our world of hurry up, keeping it concise and getting as much information in as little words as possible while keeping it engaging is going to be super beneficial. Dun, dun, dun. And here we are. Artificial intelligence has arrived. So there are 6 commonly used forms of artificial intelligence. One is rule-based. This follows guidelines like navigating a treasure map with a precise directive for each step. It helps to resolve issues by following a set of instructions similar to playing a game where rules are essential for success. The second is machine learning. This is like teaching a pet tricks by showing examples. So you show it what you want it to do, and then it learns by your example. So that's machine learning. And then there's deep learning. This is a form of machine learning, which uses neural networks inspired by the brain to understand complex patterns by learning from a lot of different examples. And then there's natural language processing, or NLP, you might hear it referred to as. This enables technology like, I'm not going to say those names out loud because it might activate, and different chatbots, which help to understand and respond to human language and provide helpful responses to queries like weather forecasts or what's the date or what time is it. And then there's computer vision. This is like giving a computer eyes so it can see and understand the world. So when your phone unlocks by looking at your face, that is computer vision or AI. And then there's reinforcement learning. This is where you teach a computer through trial and error, like training a pet, known as reinforcement learning. It applies in games, robots, and self-driving cars to learn from mistakes and successes in the environment for decision making. So do you have to memorize this? No. But if you're curious as to the different forms of AI and how it learns or how it interacts, this helps you to get a deeper understanding of that. And maybe if you are a little afraid of AI, help to alleviate some of those fears. So some of the platforms that I really enjoy using and that I have been playing around with, I definitely use ChatGPT a lot. This is a language model. AI, it excels in understanding and generating text from human-like conversation. It offers a chat-like experience with a knowledgeable robot. And then there's Opus Clips. This is, I'm going to demonstrate Opus Clips as soon as I click off of this slide. I'm going to take you to Opus Clip and I'm going to show you a demo and another reason why AI is your friend. So this is an editing and sharing, a video editing platform. It takes long form videos and creates shorter clips for social media, work presentations, or other uses. DALL-E is an AI. It's integrated into ChatGPT, and it can create images based on imaginative descriptions, like a cat in a superhero cape flying in the sky. So we're going to see a demonstration of that. And then Canva is a user-friendly graphics design tool with a wide range of templates and design elements. What we're going to find is more and more applications that we use are finding different ways to incorporate artificial intelligence into their platforms. And all it is to help streamline and make things make us more productive and get things done faster and in less time. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stop here and I'm going to stop the screen share. And while I'm setting this up, let's just take a 5-minute bio break. It's 12:52. So let's come back in at 12:07. And I'm just going to set this up really quick so that you guys don't have to sit here while I'm logging into this account. Okay, and we are back. So one of the reasons why I became a fan of artificial intelligence is because I am a solopreneur. I don't have employees. It's just me and the tools that I use to function more efficiently in my business. And there's nothing better than being able to multitask without having to split my attention necessarily. So I do a lot of content creation and I do a lot of work with photos and videos. And so I was trying to figure out a way that I could start to create content without and still be able to do other work. So I found this app called Opus Clip, and what it does is it takes longer form videos and it chops it into smaller clips that you can use for social media. And so the way that it works, and I'm just going to take a YouTube video of a yoga class that I'd done in the past, and I'm going to drop the link here. I've never done it like this before, so this is going to be an experience. I usually just upload the video file. So, okay, great. So now I'm just going to look down here at the different types of templates. Like I could have one with my logo on it. I could do all these different things and figure out where I want the text to be. So I'm just going to select this one, and I could only add captions without clipping. I could create a genre for the video. I can also say I want the videos to only be I'm going to say 20 seconds long. I'm going to let it be automatic. Wait, I want it to process the whole video. I'm going to let it pick anything between 0 to 3 minutes, or I could say I want it to be less than 30 seconds for each clip. And then if I wanted it to filter specific keywords or topics, I could say only pull clips where I talk about alignment, because it's a yoga video. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let AI do its thing. And so if I wasn't talking, doing this whole process would be me loading the link, getting the link, opening the app, and then click. Yay, it's processing. Guess what? I can close out of this. I don't have to do anything else. And it's going to send me an email as soon as it's done with all my sample clips. So I don't even have to do anything else from this point on. And I'm just going to go ahead and click out of it and go back into the presentation so we can continue doing what we're doing. Beautifully in the background, this video is being processed and I don't have to do anything except tell you about ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is, I included some of the price structures over on the right-hand side. You can use the free version of ChatGPT all day, but you won't have access to the ChatGPT 4. This is their higher capable model only because it has additional tools like the DALL-E, which I'll demonstrate that, and it has advanced data analysis, and it also is pulling from more current data, whereas the free version, I think it ended its data collection in 2022. So if you're doing any statistical analysis or need current data, you're not going to be getting the most up to date with the free version, but it's amazing. Even the free version is amazing. But the paid version is $20 a month. You can do a team version, which is $25 per person per month. But anyway, ChatGPT is a super assistant for your business. It's like having a superhero sidekick who's really good at talking and helping out. And a simple way to think about it is basically it's your super assistant. I know ChatGPT for me, it really is an assistant. It helps me get through some tough processes. Oftentimes, as business owners or multitaskers, our brains are just pulled in so many different directions, and we don't have the time or the mental capacity to sit down and go through creative brain functioning like we used to, because we're doing so many things. ChatGPT helps to organize our thoughts. We have to have the information in order to get the right outputs. So ChatGPT is your superpowered business assistant. So some of the, you're going to get all of these prompts, but I'm just going to scroll through these. So there's different ways that you can leverage ChatGPT. You can say act as, and you can say, I want you to act as an expert in Adobe Premiere, and I want you to create a video that follows a point around the screen when it moves. Can you help me do this? So if you enter that prompt and say, I say all the time, I want you to act as an expert in Instagram growth and give me 10 posts, or I want you to act as an expert in early childhood development, or I want you to act as an expert business coach and give me advice on tell me how I can launch effectively my next program that's going to attract XYZ clients and, whatever brand elements I want to add in there. And then, create a plan. So I can tell it to act as an expert. I've had it act as an expert in physical therapy and give me the best rehab for a pulled groin injury. It was amazing. And so you can I wouldn't say act as a surgeon and tell me how to do brain surgery and then perform brain surgery. No, but you can have it act as an expert, act as an expert in writing waivers for yoga instructors and write a waiver for yoga classes in Washington State that is legal. And you can say, make it short to the point with the least amount of legal ease possible, but still hold up in court if needed. And then it will write it based on the data that you put into it. And then you can do the ask questions method. You can say, I want you to act as an expert. And then on the bottom, I think I might have missed that. Write 500 words of sale copy for a website landing page following the PAS framework. The product I am selling is an insert. Okay, wait, I'm gonna skip over. So I missed that. I'm gonna have to fix that one. But basically you tell it to ask you, so here it is. With this method, the goal is to break down your larger writing projects into smaller chunks. This not only gives you more control over the focus of the copy, it also allows you to make and request changes much easier. I want you to write an ebook on the top 10 yoga poses that can be incorporated into an office setting that will take up the least amount of space. Please start by drafting me 10 chapter ideas. And so it will start to write you your book, your ebook. The primer method is, with the primer method, we can tell ChatGPT some source text to analyze before probing it with further prompts. This method has many benefits for copywriting, document analysis, editing, and many more. So you can say, please analyze this text and copy the writing style. So you can copy and paste the text into ChatGPT, or you can train it on a product. You can say, scan my website and learn about my business, and then insert your website link. You can load and ask questions about areas that you don't understand. So if you have a legal contract and you're like, okay, there's this section, can you help me understand this better? And then you just copy and paste that text into ChatGPT. This is the one that seems to be one of the most popular is the bulk create on Instagram. And I'm going to demonstrate this one as well as a couple of the others. You saw a quick demonstration on how to generate ideas for your posts, but this one is really cool to integrate ChatGPT with Instagram. And then we're going to actually pop this prompt into ChatGPT and see what kind of a content calendar it comes up with for you. So Opus Clip is already working, and while Opus Clip is working, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to pop over into ChatGPT. And so we already saw this example where, you know, we asked it to give us some ideas to get business owners interested in our workshops. But we're going to go ahead and use some of the prompts from our presentation. So I'm going to go over to, so we'll start with this one. I'm just going to go ahead and copy. Oh, wait, I know I need to go copy. And then I'm going to go paste. And then we're going to say act as an expert and expert in building COMUNI community ENGAGE in rural towns. And we'll say, I want to create a series of Instagram posts that will help my organization build trust and understanding of what we have to offer. Okay. And then this is where you might say the options we have to offer include workshops on bookkeeping, workshops on social media. So let's say I have listed all the things. We're just going to do a few because I obviously brain talking and typing at the same time. And then we can say generate a plan and at least we'll just say we'll be specific. Generate a plan to post reels and stories over the next month. Okay, we'll see what it comes up with. I like how it always gives a response, like it's an actual person, like building community engagement through Instagram can be an effective way to reach out to residents in rural towns and inform them about valuable workshops your organization offers. So, and then it's just giving you a plan. If you asked it to teach you how to do a specific task, it would also be able to do that. So here's a plan. So week 1, introduction and brand awareness. So introduction reel about your organization, its mission, and what it aims to achieve in the community. A story series featuring team members talking about why they love working in this field and their personal connection to the community. Day 5, create a reel that showcases testimonials from past workshop participants, highlighting the benefits and their personal growth. So I'm not going to read every single one of those, but you can see what great information it is able to generate. And we didn't put everything in that we possibly could. If we were to take more of the information about who our target audience is. We got a little bit by saying a rural community, but we could have gotten more specific, saying business owners who are looking to start a brick and mortar operation in a rural community. That's very specific. So we could get even more specific in our descriptions, and it's going to give us as much detailed information as possible to create our plans or to create the content that we're looking for. So that's one. And I don't know what I did. I messed up. I put the wrong prompt. But this is also a good one. Write 500 words. It's kind of freaking me out that I don't have this prompt. So write 500 words of sale copy for a website landing page following the PAS framework. The product I am selling is, let's say, aging and adult care in living facility. Okay. How come I can't spell I forgot an S. I thought I had too many S's. So you could, if we would have included the name of the facility, it would have just put the name of the facility in here. So you can, the cool thing that it does and I love this, is that it will like bracket anything that is an unknown. And in the ask question option, you can say, ask me as many questions as you need to become an expert on my brand so that you can write the copy in alignment with our brand and values. And then it would ask you a series of questions, and then you would just answer those questions. Like it usually numbers them. And then it will say, and then when you answer, you just say my answers to 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then you just answer them that way. And then it will, and then say, do you have any more questions to get more clarity? And then it will either say, no, here's what I have for you, or it will say, I have more questions. So the ask question method is really, it's kind of like having a business coach or a coach right there to be like, okay, what about this? Okay, explain this aspect to me, so that the AI can create the exact thing that you're looking for. So what did we ask it to do? We asked it to write sales copy for a website landing page following the PAS, which is problem, agitation, and solution. So the problem: as our loved ones age, they deserve to live their golden years with dignity and comfort. Yet many families struggle with the challenge of providing adequate care while managing their own responsibilities. Are you feeling overwhelmed by the complexities of caring for an aging family member? Do you worry about their safety and well-being when you're not around? You're not alone. The need for reliable, compassionate care is more crucial than ever. So that's the problem. I mean, I'm already wanting to send my aging relatives to this place. Like, I want to go there. So the agitation, the reality is that the aging process can bring about significant changes. Anyway, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but then you can see, like, this would be on your website. This is what people would be reading. This is what they would be engaging with and experiencing on your website. And then what solutions do you provide? And then here it maps it out. And you may or may not provide these. Again, if you were able to put in more information to make sure that you're getting the right outputs. So if we put the right inputs in, then we're going to get the right outputs. So I'm just going to do something really quick. I'm going to pop back over here to Opus Clip. Oh my gosh, while I was working, so I did get an email, but while I was working, it generated clips. And what it does is it generates clips based on a ranking scale. So it gives you different grades for these different areas, but we're not going to get there yet. It generated, we're going to scroll down because I just want to see how many clips it generated for me. 11. Holy macaronis and cheese, over 20 clips generated while I was teaching about ChatGPT. So we're going to keep working and we're going to get to Opus Clips next, and I'll be able to show you the outputs. So coming back here, so we use the act as method, the break it down method. This is a great one. I'm not going to demonstrate it. I really want to show the ChatGPT and integrating with Canva. So the first prompt is we're going to say command copy. I'm going to start a new chat. So starting a new chat is like wiping the slate clean. So if I were to continue this in the other chat, it would start pulling data from the other responses. So I want to start over. So I'm just going to paste this in. Give me 20 short inspirational quotes that relate to, I'm going to say starting a business as an indigenous, no, we're just going to say as a woman. And I'm going to say they will need to be used in images for Instagram post. Keep them, wait, I'm going to say, make them humorous and in the tone of the TV series on Hulu, Reservation Dogs. Okay, so I told it a tone. Let's see how it does. If your business plan doesn't include a dance break, it's not worth it. Starting a business, just pretend it's a potluck and bring your best dish to the table. Be the boss lady who says, why not? When others say, why bother? So it's in a tone. So by using, like, having it refer to a TV show where the tone of the show is relatable to your target audience, it helps it to create the quotes that will be relatable to your people, but on topic. Because we can't always do that in our brains. If you have time to sit down and do this, then yay. I'm going to use these. Did this because this is one that I want to generate. I love this one. Be the CEO your ancestors were gossip about. And this doesn't just connect to Indigenous people. It connects to everybody. We all have ancestors. So it's like super relatable, but it's specific. So there's going to be a very specific group of people that connect with this. So I'm going to do the next step, which you have this mapped out step by step in the presentation. So I'm just going to copy all of these. I'm going to command copy. I got to hurry up. I am slow today. Okay, so then we're gonna go, my glasses are crooked, canva.com. So I'm opening up Canva. I have the paid version of Canva, but there is a free version of Canva, and I do believe that this option is available in the free version. But if you are an entrepreneur and you do not have the budget for a graphics designer or to hire a social media manager, Canva will pay for itself in the first month with time saved. So I want to create a social media post. So I'm going to click social media, and I want to create a series of Instagram. I'm going to just say we're going to do posts. So I'm going to do a search for quotes. And then I'm just going to scroll down and look for one that feels in the right tone of my brand and the way that I want it to show up in my feed. So I actually really like this one up top. This one here. Maybe. I don't hate this one either. But anyway, I'm not going to be too picky. I'm just going to pick something. I really like that background. I'm going to change the colors to be in my brand colorway. So because I do have my brand kit set up in Canva, I'm actually going to keep that one. the way it was because I like that color. I'm going to go to the next darker one. I'm going to change it to that blue, and the darker, I'm going to change it to that darker blue. And everything else looks good. I don't hate this font. I'm going to change this circle to this color. And I'm also going to go to my brand kit, and I'm just going to pull my logo because I want my logo to be on all of these. And I don't hate this background photo, but I want to try something different. I'm going to go up to elements, and I'm going to search sweetgrass. And then so it pulls up all these images, and I actually don't hate that braided sweetgrass that I just saw. I'm gonna go with this lighter one, and I'm just gonna click on these three dots, and I'm just gonna say, uh-oh, it's not gonna do it. Hold on. Okay, set image as background. So right here. So now it's the background. I'm actually going to make this bigger so that the sweetgrass takes up more space. And there we go. So I don't hate it. It's not perfect. I don't like love it either, but just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to try really hard to not get super granular about trying to make it perfect. So then we go over here to this left-hand toolbar where you see elements, text, brand, uploads, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to find this bulk create. Now, let's say that it isn't there. What you would do is go here to apps and then type in bulk create, enter. And then you just download the bulk create app, which I've already got it downloaded. So there we go. Life is good. So then I'm going to click over here. You can see all this crazy stuff happening. I'm going to enter data manually. So I'm going to click on that. And then it opens up this spreadsheet, and I'm going to clear the table. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go Command V on my Mac. So now all of those quotes that were generated in ChatGPT, all 20 of them are loaded here. And I'm just going to say up here, quotes, RD for reservation dogs. Okay, and then scroll all the way down and then hit done. This is a step that I forget all the time and can't figure out why it's not working. It's because I don't click done. So we have to click done. Boom. Okay, great. So now you see this down here. It says quotes RD. Yay, awesome. So now I'm going to go over here, and I'm just going to make sure everything is the way I want. I'm going to change this to Roxanne Best because that's my business. I'm going to move this down a smidge. So everything that you do, you want to make sure that it looks and feels exactly the way you want it to, because it's going to duplicate 20 times. And if there's one little thing that is off, you either have to start all over, or which doesn't take that much time, or you have to go in and adjust. Like I'm looking here at my logo. I actually want it to be a little bit bigger, and I want it to be more centered. There we go. Now it's more centered. And I actually, I can't help myself. I want this to be bigger yet. Okay, so then I'm going to go here to the text, and you can see the three dots up here. Click on that, and then scroll down to connect data. So you're just going to click on that, and then you can see quotes RD. Boom. So then it replaced the text with this binding area of quotes RD. So then I'm going to come back over here to the left, and I'm going to click continue. And then I'm going to say, I want it to generate all 20 of these because I like all of them. So I'm just going to say, boom, generate. And just like that, all 20 of my quotes branded in my colorway, in my font, are all done. And then you can either share them by going directly to Instagram. With the paid version of Canva, you can schedule these. So you could go into the scheduler and then it would just post it. Like maybe you want them to go out every other day or once a week. And then, what is that? If you do once a week, that's 20 weeks of quotes that are just going to go out on your feed that are branded and ready to go. And so it's beautiful. Or you can just download them. So you can download. And then there's different formats. You can do JPEG, PNG, all these different formats. I do PNG for all of my images. But anyway, so there you go. That's how you integrate Canva and ChatGPT. All right, I'm gonna speed up here a little bit. So there are other prompts that you're going to see in this process. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just copy. Bugger, why am I struggling with this? I just want to show this one really quick because I love that that you can. So I haven't filled in, I'm gonna say down here for Instagram and TikTok, my business sells business coaching. I said I wasn't going to do this. It's a curse. Okay, here we go. Oh, dang it. Something went wrong. Let's see if it'll work. No, darn it. It may be because I have these binding things in here. But anyway, so this is how you might, I'm going to try just starting over. Command V. Delete that. One for TikTok. Only when you're in a hurry. So what this does is it generates so I'm just going to go through and see if I can. Oh, that's right. I copied and pasted two things. So I'm just going to remove these just in case. In case that's what was the holdup. If not, then we're just going to move on because I definitely want to show you the other stuff. I'm going to change this to coaching. And this one is TikTok. And remove this and this. And again, you are going to, I need to create a social media content calendar for the next, I forgot to remove that one, 30 days. Okay, let's see, please work. And this is one of the downsides is if ChatGPT or the network is really busy, sometimes it just won't work. So it's working. And so while it's working, I want to come back over to our presentation and we're going to get through the rest of this. So you are going to get all of these prompts. So don't worry about that. So Opus Clip is the platform that I just loaded the YouTube link to create smaller clips. It uses generative AI and computer vision to help users create videos. We talked about what generative AI is already. You can add animations or transitions, and it had a waiting list, the app, for you to be able to add B-roll footage into your clips. And I just got taken off the wait list. So I now have access to B-roll clips on my videos, but I haven't even had a chance to play with it yet. So I don't know how to work it or how to leverage it yet. So I'm going to just quickly go through these. So DALL-E, and at the end, I'll demonstrate. This is basically image generation. This is incorporated into ChatGPT. You just tell it what kind of elements you want in the image, and it will generate that image for you. Here are some other image generating AIs that you might want to check out. Runway ML, this person does not exist. Deep Dream and Artbreeder. I have not had a chance to go in and explore any of these yet, but these were recommended by other people that have been playing around with image generated AI. Canva, I can't talk about Canva enough. It's one of my favorite platforms. There is a free version. You can do a ton with the free version. And I always tell my clients, use the free version of any app until you are wishing that you had the paid options. So once you find yourself like really wanting to have more free options, then more of the paid options, then start paying for the platform. But use the free until free just doesn't serve you anymore. And that is everything that I have. And I just included some of the pricing up here. And then this is me. And if you want to get a hold of me, but I want to bring us over here to ChatGPT really quick. And so you can see over here in the upper left-hand corner, there's a Canva integration and the DALL-E. So Canva, I can generate, I can say, create a quote slide that is funny. And then it will generate something in Canva. I can click on it and it'll open it up in, so it said, could you share a bit more? So it wants more information because it doesn't have enough. But that's okay. We're not going to go there, but just so you know that that's there. I really want to show the DALL-E. So what kind of an image do we want to generate? How do you spell roan for roan horse?
A-N.
A roan horse with a little girl riding over a rainbow on a by a river. All right. I don't know why I said by a river. I could have said by a waterfall. So now it's going to generate the image, and let's just see. And most of these are not realistic. Usually they're cartoon or animation. There are AI image generating platforms that will make really realistic looking images. So then it gave us some options. So you can see super cartoony.
That's definitely me.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not even, I'm like, that's not the kind of horse that I was thinking of, but it pulled a horse. Like I could say, okay, great, but make it a black horse and have the little girl standing on its back. I don't know. So anyway, so you get the idea. You give it prompts and then you can adjust as necessary. I again am a big fan. I've only used this a couple of times, but you can do the same thing in Canva. The image generative abilities in Canva are not nearly as yeah, I mean, it's not, I could get more detailed and I could say a river next to a cliff or whatever, and it would get as close as possible. But so that's the DALL-E, the image generation. And so the next thing I wanted to go over, and I really want to make sure we have time for questions. So this was an almost hour-long video. And yeah.
Can I just ask a really quick question?
Of course.
Does Opus Clip connect to your YouTube channel? Is that what you said?
I just copy and pasted the link from my YouTube video.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways that you can upload your videos. You can upload a file, or you can just copy and paste a link. But so these are the different videos that were generated. Here's a 19-second video. And I got an A- on Hook. The beginning of the video effectively sets the tone for relaxation and grounding. Consider starting with a soothing statement or question that immediately engages the audience, such as, are you ready to find inner peace through deep breathing and relaxation? So I might like put something over the top of this video or in the caption. And then flow, I got an A. Content is logical and provides clear instructions for deep breathing and relaxation. The video delivers valuable content by explaining the physiological response to deep breathing and provides guidance for relaxation. The video does not align with any specific trending topics, but it can still be valuable for those interested in relaxation techniques. So it's kind of cool, like that you get this rating, like this grade scale, but like this is what it, some deep breaths, and it's an interesting physiological response. When we start to do that, our bodies just naturally start to relax and settle in. And that's what we're aiming for, is that nice feeling of groundedness. So you can see the captions on the bottom through the feed and the video. So it just captured that clip. And then you can, I'm not going to read through each of the ratings, but this one is a little bit longer. Eyes closed if it feels comfortable. So now if I were to do this on my own, warrior two, reverse warrior. So it would have taken me forever reach up to make these clips, add the captions, and do all of this. And it generated, what did I say? Like over, go as far as we can. Over 20 clips. Drop the hand, stack the shoulders. The arm goes up. And so you can review these. You can keep them all. You can just use one or none. Lower the heel. And then I can just download these. So if I wanted to, I could download this into Adobe Premiere, which is a video editing platform. I could just download it in HD, or I could, and I haven't done this yet, I could go and edit the clip. So let's say, okay, that's great, but I want a different segment. So I could say, like, if I wanted to look through, like, this is the transcription of the clip that they captured. And so I could go in and say, okay, remove filter words. Which if you've never edited video of interviews where your interviewee is like, and a lot, and you have to go out and edit all of those little ums and ends and all the things out, it can be really exhausting. But I'm gonna, so I could also generate B-roll. So I'm gonna go save and compile. Okay, let's see. It's roughly 3 minutes before it finishes processing. So it's going to add in some B-roll to make it look a little bit different. We'll see what happens. But I mean, it's just such a cool way to get ourselves a lot of really, really good clips of long form videos. Like I could upload the link to this Zoom recording. And I think I can do Zoom links. If not, I could download it and then upload the video and have it make clips of this workshop or webinar and pull out, like I could say, okay, pull out when I talk about every time I say AI, pull a clip from that. Or every time I talk about Canva, pull clips from that. And it's just such a cool way to compress time. And the thing that I love the most is that some of these apps that you use to create from, you have to stay on the app. You can't leave. Okay, so it finished processing and now my video is 1 minute and 55 seconds, but I'm just curious to see, like, lower the heel. Woo. This is the joys of practicing on uneven ground. Lower the heel. I was hoping that it added in some B-roll of something.
This knee stays aligned.
Okay, it did. So like you can see that B-roll clip. Is it
Yes,
really?
making sure this knee stays aligned. Breathe, get away from the ears. The arms don't have to be aggressively straight.
That was kind of
Point
funny.
out to the sky. We can relax the thumbs, the shoulders relax down.
So you can see
Softness in the shoulders.
this doesn't really fit,
Softness.
but it generated it on its own. I didn't have to do anything. So
And our hips also, creating softness in our hips.
these are not my clips that are popping in. So it just
Activate.
creates interest and keeps like the brain like looking at different things. But anyway, so that is Opus Clip. It's one of my new favorite apps. The way that you purchase through Opus is you buy minutes. And so for every video that I upload, I have like 118 minutes or 118 hours and 28 minutes left to use for the rest of the year. And I think it was around $200 for that. But I would pay an editor way more than that to get just from this video clip. And I'm just gonna take you to my dashboard because I have other. So these are all the other. Wait, are these the ones? These are other videos that I've uploaded. Why is that one not there? So I'm unable to edit. But this was a keynote that I did and it broke out different. I paid like $4,000 or $5,000 to have somebody edit all this stuff into small clips. And I only got like one or two. I got one sizzle reel. I was able to pop my thing into my whole speech recorded into Opus Clip. And I have like how many? I think over 20 again, mini clips that I can post on social media. So, I mean, the idea is like how much money are you able to save yourself? It may cost a little bit upfront, but at the end of the day, it's about time and mental capacity. And especially if we're a business owner and most of us have lives outside of our businesses, families, friends, community commitments. So being able to leverage tools like this is like having a virtual assistant, but without you're communicating with AI, you're communicating your needs. And there's no worry about hurt feelings. There's no worry about deadlines being met. It's such a cool way to leverage our time. And Opus Clip has a free option. I think it's like a monthly, you get 60 minutes a month. So if you're only going to do 1 hour long video a month, then you could do the free version. You're going to not get as many customization options, but you're going to get and there's probably some branding and stuff that they're going to tack onto each of your videos. But for free to get this much out of an app, it's pretty fantastic. And if you do use Adobe Premiere to edit your videos, the font, the captions, they are a layer. So you can actually move the captions around or take them off altogether, which makes it kind of nice too. So that is Opus Clip. And I believe that is the end. And I just wanted to open it up to questions. Is there anything you want to see more of? I feel like it keeps getting darker in here, even with the light right in front of me. That was a lot. We covered a lot today, so I was worried we weren't going to have enough time. Do you guys have questions?
No. I'm excited to kind of look more into the apps that you showed us today, and kind of get more in depth and more hands-on with them. And then I'm sure.
I think it was a lot of really good information that, we'll post this, we'll edit the video and then we'll post it on YouTube. So that everybody that wasn't able to be here today will hopefully be able to take the time to watch it on demand. I think one of the most important things that I've learned today is all the tools that are available to help with time management and to make us more efficient in the way that we do our work. Your example of, having ChatGPT to pull quotes and then integrating them into Canva to make, the 20 images. I mean, that's amazing. And definitely time saving. So, I foresee that we're going to be looking into some of these options, at least here at the Economic Alliance, and I'm sure that there'll be several businesses doing the same thing.
Yes, definitely. That's good to hear. And I can't say this enough. Use the free version until you're wishing that you had the paid options. Because sometimes we'll buy an app and we think it's going to be the saving grace and we're going to use it all the time. And then we're like, oh, I never use this and I spent so much money on it. So, but if we use the free version and we're like, I use this all the time and I need it all the time, I need the paid version, then do the paid. But if you're like, I like this, it's great, but I don't use it enough that I want to spend the money on it. So there's always going to be another option out there that will probably be more interactive or be more user-friendly for your unique needs. But that's all I have for today. And I'll make the link for the presentation and you can view the link and see those prompts and customize them to fit your brand and your needs. ChatGPT, like I said, has a free option also. You can also use ChatGPT on your phone. And the thing I love about the phone option is that you can do voice to text. So I can talk to ChatGPT and tell it what I want, then it translates it to text and then it will generate things. So if on the free version on the phone app, you get 8 queries a day and it resets every day. If you have the paid version, it's unlimited, but so you have your app on your phone and on your computer.
Well, thank you, Roxanne, for taking the time to be here today to provide this very important information to our business community and to ourselves for the Economic Alliance. Again, I think that this is just something that's going to change the way that we do business. And I already know several different industries who are incorporating this in their sales software, into the way that they communicate. Their emails are now being automatically generated. But I think an important thing, and we talked a little bit about this earlier, is customizing it to, again, make it sound like you. And that was something that when we talked earlier about how it starts, once you utilize the program, and the more that you utilize the program, it learns you. It becomes to understand who you are and what your organization and your needs are. And so it adjusts to fit the company's needs or your brand. And that's awesome. It's kind of scary, but it's pretty awesome too.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like training an employee. You're getting like the employee has to get to know your organization and the culture of your environments that you exist in. And that's the more we use AI, the more we're teaching it to help us better. As I'm trying to be optimistic that it isn't going to be some crazy takeover, but that's why I'm always polite. Like, I'm like, thank you, that was amazing. So
Yeah,
they're gonna be like,
you treat anybody else.
yeah, so nice. She was so nice. We won't take over her body.
Well, thank you again, and thank you all who joined us today. And if there's any additional questions, we do have another training coming up, and that's going to be, I think it's the first week of May. Am I, Kaylin?
Next week we have.
Next,
Yeah.
oh, I'm sorry, next Wednesday. is our next training. So tune in if you haven't registered. Go to our website, economic-alliance.com/events, and you can sign up for all of our trainings there. So again, thank you for being here today, and that's the end of our session.
Awesome. Thank you.